Hello, hello, and good morning. This is Jack with ABP, back with some more Final Fantasy 14, and we're still in the post game. I think we got this week to try to get the raids and all the other stuff done. I'm trying to get them done before I move on to the next chapter. So, since we're going to be going to Heaven's Ward in September, we got this week, right? So, all right. As always, I hope you're doing good, and I really, truly mean that. Wherever you are, I hope it's not too bad. And if it is, that you get to watch and join here and escape for just a little bit before you get back to the bullshit. So let's, without further ado, just get into it. All right. Yes. It's in Dragonhead, and we are doing the main story. I mean, we got to do the alliance raids and stuff today too. So we got to do Ifrit there. I finally picked up Sage. Now we're gonna start having some more fun. Gotta go this way. Yeah, still trying to. I'm a very low speaker, so I'm trying to mess around with things. Anybody has any suggestions for better mics or something? I'm a low speaker, but this is helping me practice. That's how I take everything and every day, trying to use it as an opportunity to practice, to improve. All right, so let's see. Let's just queue for that. See if we can knock that one out. So Battle of Embers. We got Thorn March. And we need War Leader. So we just join that, see if we're going to get it to pop. And let's continue. Balls. My ankle is on fire. Caught my boot on a rock or something and twisted it as I fell. The others went on ahead through Danifin Pass. Hurry and you might catch them up. If you aren't sure where to go, look for tracks. The snow is fresh, so they shouldn't be hard to find. Oh, they went all the way through Danifin Pass. Ranger. There's footprints. The tracks lead southeast. Scion, what are you doing here? The heretics? I'm not sure. There was a great scaled beast, and Yuhase, I think he went east on his own. The heretics split up, so we did too. You can't really be leaving people alone, man. You never know. Alright, I got 51 foods. How embarrassing. I was so intent on following the heretics' tracks that I almost failed to notice they had double backed. Almost, mind you. One tried to sneak up behind me and got a knife in the gut for his troubles. I thought myself alone, so I started searching the dead man's knapsack for anything of interest. And lo and behold, before his friends found me, I came upon this. Withdraw in groups of 3 or less to the observatorium. Give the signal and wait. The merchant will be waiting. Be late and be left for dead. Speaks for itself, does it not? They can't possibly mean to rendezvous inside the place, so we should restrict our search to the surrounding areas. Let me rephrase that. You should restrict your search to the wilderness around the observatorium. I would need more than a moment's rest to recover from these wounds. Sure thing, bud. Okay, yeah. Huh. I am through with listening to your excuses. We leave now. How? The woods are crawling with those bluecoats, and the knights are searching every wagon that passes through the gates. Hello there. Well, stay with him then, if you think you'll fare any better. Now, there's no need for that. Hmm. There are places like this in my homeland, sacred snow-capped peaks where blood must not be shed. Yet your lands ever thirst for the blood of the fallen, and by your deeds it has drunk deep. No, I have done no wrong. None but meet in secret with heretics. Deny it all you will, we shall have the truth from you yet. Inquisitors are not the only ones skilled in the art of interrogation. Damn it all. Got you, bro. Fancy meeting you here, Jack. I presume your work with the Third brought you hither. What a tangled web. Lest you wonder, we came not for the heretics, but for the merchant who has been conspiring with them. He came to our attention during the course of our investigation into the Ivy. It beggars belief. I know, but it seems your favorite Garlean spy may have been providing assistance to Iceheart. Were it not for the efforts of Lady Yagiri and her shinobi, we might never have discovered this connection. Master Alphino is too kind. I fear my people and I have done little to aid your search for this spy. We long to strike back against the Empire and weaken their influence in this land, to prevent the tragedy which befell Doma from reoccurring. The days ahead and the work they promise will require a very particular set of skills which I am fortunate enough to possess. If you will allow it, I would accompany you until the investigation is complete. That is a most generous offer, my lady, and one which I gladly accept. Thank you. Though I may disappear for a time, know that I shall never be far, and shall always be watching. A comforting thought. Come, Jack, let us wait inside for Captain Ilberd to return and deliver his report. Captain Ilberd seems confident that the merchant's resolve would swiftly crumble when pressed. If so, we should have new information ere long. As to whether it will bring us any closer to learning the Ivy's identity, I would rather not say. Given our adversary's cunning, I shall consider us fortunate if we are spared another wild dodo chase. The gods know we have more than enough to occupy our time as it is. Captain Ilberd, your report, if you will. Aye, Commander. Firstly, with regard to the heretic we captured, I regret to say that the man could tell us naught that we did not already know of Shiva. We have since handed him over to the Ishgardian authorities. Henceforth, the Holy See will pursue the matter independently. Our inquiries concerning the Ivy, however, have proven more fruitful. We have ascertained the channel by which the heretics acquired their information on the shipment routes. Go on. You will recall the flame we first identified as being in the Ivy's employ. From him, we were able to trace a trail to conspirators, each taking us closer to his master. Alas, the trail came to an abrupt end. Fearing that the investigation had been compromised, we took the necessary step of detaining all suspected of conspiracy. There were 5 on our list, including a flame stationed at Revenant's Toll. The man's primary duty was to keep an inventory of donations from abroad, the particulars of which he would share with benefactors, thereby ensuring that needs did not go unfulfilled. And by virtue of his role, he was privy to the details of all shipments bound for the settlement. Needless to say, that included those originating from House Forton. He knew the precise route the caravan would take, and he sold that information to a merchant. These guys. Traders. I think I can guess which one. None other. With a little encouragement, he soon confessed to knowingly aiding and abetting the heretics. Well, that is one mystery solved at least. But what of the Ivy? Are we any closer to prizing off his mask? I dare say we are, Commander. Our relentless pursuit has forced him to commit a grave error. In a desperate bid to cover his tracks, the Ivy resorted to exercising certain administrative powers available only to high-ranking members of the Immortal Flames. If you consider then that our investigation is known to barely a handful of them, the field of suspects is greatly narrowed. You mean to say that the agent is among Raban's innermost circle? Someone who has been with him since the Immortal Flames establishment? 'Tis the most plausible explanation. The infiltration likely occurred during the company's founding, with the groundwork for the act being laid beforehand. To slip into a position of authority unremarked and remain above suspicion all these years. I too was surprised, though I really should not have been. Of the three grand companies, Odaz was ever the more vulnerable to infiltration. Both Limsa, Lominsa, and Gridania have long-standing armed forces that lent themselves well to the formation of the Maelstrom and the Order of the Twin Adder. To all intents and purposes, it was the same people, loyal ones, mind, under the same leadership. Only the banner was different. Not so the Flames. Uldal's military is made up of disparate orders, most of which were glorified mercenary companies that answered only to their own paymasters. Hardly an ideal government with which to establish something as high-minded as a grand company. The difficulties Raban faced when founding the Immortal Flames are well known, even after he had convinced his fellow syndicate members to share their cost. There remained the small matter of finding enough bodies to fill the ranks. Indeed. And given the pressing nature of the Imperial threat, that meant recruiting every passing sellsword. Amidst the chaos of its founding, it would have been child's play to infiltrate the company. A good deal easier than now, The Immortal Flames have ever been caught between conflicting interests, the public and the private. Though the monetarists ultimately agreed to support the organization's founding, 'twas not out of charity that they did so, but simple self-preservation. Had now von Darnus's ambition been any less apocalyptic, you may be sure that they would never have risked supplying Raban with an army. 'Tis but a wonder they did not attempt to extinguish the flames the moment the danger had passed. Returning to the present, even as we speak, our Doman allies are shadowing several high-ranking flames, any one of whom could be with the Ivy. Desiring to deal a blow against the Empire, the refugees were eager to lend us their aid. I expect to hear from them ere long. Very good. Pray continue your investigation with the first. Meanwhile, have the second attend to the unrest. The third can join the fourth in inspecting crystal shipments. If they notice anything unusual, I want to know about it. If Shiva is summoned in the manner to other primals, the heretics will be looking for further supplies. Understood, Commander. I shall send word to Sir Emmerich informing him of our success in identifying the heretics' abettors. Hopefully the information will be of some use to the Ishgardians. It is time, Commander. Yes, I am aware. An emergency council of the Alliance leadership has been called. There have been developments in Garlemald, it would seem. As commander of the Crystal Braves, my presence has been requested. I would have you accompany me, Jack. As the realm's stoutest champion, 'tis only meet that you be present for the discussion. Oh, and the antecedent has already given her consent, lest you worry. Alright. Sounds good. Antecedent. My friend's funny. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Alright. So we're at 12 minutes. I'm the only one that's queued for it. We'll see if this pops. We'll just leave it. Like me, you are doubtless eager to conclude our business with Iceheart. But until another path to her sanctum is found, she will remain beyond our reach. Menphilia and the Archons are sparing no effort to secure an alternate route. Until such time as they succeed, I suggest we give some some thought to the realm's other problems. I should go on ahead to Gridania in readiness for the coming council. Meet me at Nofika's altar, and we shall make our way to the Lotus Stand together. Alright, Nofika's altar, huh? So now we gotta go back all the way to Gridania. Ooh, take this. My thanks for coming, Jack. When you are ready, speak with the conjurer yonder. She will show us to the Lotus Stand.
Change has come to the Garlean Empire, and we must discuss the implications.
The rumors are true, then? The War of Succession is ended?
It is. A new emperor reigns in Garlemald.
Who?
The birth and all too rapid expansion of the Garlean Empire is commonly attributed to the strategic brilliance of Solus Zosgalvis, yet he did not rule alone. Several members of the royal household also distinguished themselves during his reign. Nevertheless, it was the eldest son who stood to inherit the throne, until his most untimely passing.
I thought us fortunate when I learned that the Emperor had died without naming a successor.
Would that the Garlean Empire had died with him.
'Twas the grandson and his uncle who had the strongest claims, was it not?
Indeed, yet claims count for little without the power to assert them. High Legatus Varus Ye Galvus is a respected military leader, not so his uncle.
So young Varus has torn the crown from his uncle's grasp and taken his place at the head of the Empire.
Given the troubled nature of his succession, the new emperor will require time to seal his grip on power. Yet have no doubt but that he shall, for there are none left with strength enough to oppose him.
Since the success of Operation Archon, the remnants of the 14th Legion and the forces occupying Alamigo have done naught but fortify their positions. But you can be sure they'll be ready to march on us again, if their Emperor gives the word.
When, not if. They say this Varus was so set upon Eorzean annexation that he spoke out against the Meteor Project.
Plainly, the new Emperor's intentions are of great concern to us all. I propose that we set aside the Cartano dispute for the present, and discuss what measures the Alliance might take to prepare for a resumption of hostilities with Garlemald. Moreover, I move that we re-examine the question of how our former allies in Ishgard might be persuaded to retake their place at our side. Could Eorzea but stand as one, 'twould deal a grave blow to our enemies' ambitions.
Well, I suppose we should be grateful that they have finally acknowledged the inevitability of Imperial attack. Who knows? They may even do something about it. If only the leaders of Ishgard would follow their example and stop hiding behind their gates, praying for the coming storm to pass them by. But that is a discussion for another time. At present, I am more concerned by the fact that the Alliance's mooted preparations will be made known to the Garleans many moons before their coming. So long as the Ivy eludes our grasp, no secret is safe.
Right. You will not have escaped your notice that the nations of Eorzea are no nearer to being of one purpose, despite their protestations to the contrary. Plainly, the threat of a resurgent Garlemald is not enough to stir them. And the reason for this, deep-rooted mistrust among the citizenry. The nation's leaders can come to all the understandings they like, but their unity means little and less to the common folk. Take the Lominsons, for instance. Though Admiral Merowib outlawed piracy over a decade ago, foreigners still picture the nation as a haven for grog-swilling, wooden-legged cutthroats. And likewise, the Gridanians are mocked as hermits who talk to trees, and the Odons scorned as swindlers who worship coin. Not that such sentiments are entirely without grounds, of course. Take that pillar of Odon society, Telegi Adelegi, for example. But that is beside the point. The fact is that people are wary of outsiders whether they have cause to be or not. On that basis, one could argue that the conflict of Cartanu is a necessary evil. Each nation has its own warmongering faction that advocates the acquisition of Omega. In order to placate them, we present them something resembling warfare and thereby curb their appetite for full-scale war. But enough idle musing. Let us speak of a more pressing matter, the Ivy. Since we spoke at the Observatorium, Captain Ilbert has further shortened his list of suspects, and by happy coincidence, the one he deems the most likely candidate is lately come to Gridania. The hunt nears its end, Jack. All that remains is to corner our quarry. Seek out Ilbert near the Adder's Nest. He will give you the particulars. Should there be any developments in Porthos, you may be sure that I will send word without delay. In the meantime, I wish you success in apprehending the Ivy. Thank you. We gotta get them traders. My thanks for coming, Scion. Doubtless the commander has informed you, but we have unmasked the Ivy. From this point on, we must proceed with extreme caution. Okay? Wonder who it is. Listen well. The spy we have been seeking all this time is none other than Flame Marshal Elaine Rael, Raban's second in command. Huh. Prior to joining the Immortal Flames, she was a mercenary of no small renown. They say her skill with a polearm had to be seen to be believed. Of Ishgardian birth, she is the highest ranked foreigner in the Immortal Flames, barring the Flame General himself, of course. When he formed the Grand Company, Raban chose people based on their worth, whence they held was of no interest. The monetarists saw things differently, however. Having funded the enterprise, they reserved the right to reject candidates nominated for high-ranking positions. And 'twas no secret that they did not favor foreigners, Ishgardians especially, after the way the Holy See forsook the alliance. Yet the monetarists did not raise so much as a murmur of protest when Royale was appointed to her post. Passing strange, is it not? Could it be that the Ivy has some hold over the monetarists? But these revelations are secondary to our current mission. Of foremost interest to us is Royale's presence here, now. As you may be aware, it is the duty of the Flame Marshal to command the Immortal Flames in the absence of the Flame General. When Robert Bond attended the Council of Alliance Leaders, she should have remained in the Hall of Flames. The woman has no business being in Gridania, yet here she is nonetheless, on some pretense. She is up to something, mark my words. Even as we speak, I have a dozen men trawling the Flames' records for evidence of Rael's guilt. But if we can catch her red-handed, we shall have all the proof we need. Which brings me to the plan. I have people watching the city gates, the airship landing, and the docks, every point of egress. She cannot leave without our knowledge. All that remains is to shadow her until she betrays her true purpose. Can I rely upon your eyes, Scion? Yeah, man. You have my thanks. Let us go, then, and take care not to alert our quarry. What is she doing here? If she's supposed to be over there, but you know, if that organization can't run itself without somebody at the side, they should have a hierarchy, right? Rael is headed in the direction of the Blue Badger Gate. With me, Scion. So Rael has entered the Carline canopy, meeting someone perchance? Or could it be she means to board an airship? Pray look for her within. If she is not on the upper floor, try the landing area below. One of mine is stationed there. She may have seen something. Efemi is her name. I shall remain here in case Rael appears. Oh, she's below. Jack Rabbit, such an unexpected pleasure. What brings you here? Ah, a social visit, you say? How pleasant. No, she didn't come this way. I've noted every passenger and none bore any resemblance. Well, don't let me keep you. Alright, so she didn't go this way. Then she's... Where'd she go? Nowhere to be seen, you say? And you are sure she did not board an airship? She did not come back out either? Where in the seven hells could she have gone? The roost. How could I forget? Greetings, good sir. Might I interest you in some Muay tonic? A cup a day imbues a man with great vigor, if you take my meaning. Perhaps another time, friend. Wait. That necklace. You are a shinobi of Doma. These guys are good. The woman you seek has left Gridania by way of West Shore Pier. She She was attired as a merchant, but these eyes are not so easily deceived. You may wish to take your search to the East Shroud. Rest assured that we shall continue to support you from the shadows. These Doman people are pretty cool. We got like our own set of spies. That's neat. Thank the 12 for the Domans. Were it not for their unique talents, Raoul would have disappeared without a trace. That's crazy. Well, good to have friends, right? Our hunt leads us to the East Shroud, Scion. I suggest we follow Raoul's example and take the ferry from West Shore Pier. You'll doubtless wish to make certain preparations. See to them while I go on ahead. I shall wait for you at Sweet Bloom Pier. Alright. Oh, hello again, Romaric. Yeah, I gotta take the boat again. This way, my friends. Your query makes for the Hawthorne Hut. If Rayo is truly the one we seek, we can expect that she means to make contact with her Garlean masters there. An explanation is in order. You are no doubt aware that the Garleans have their own method of communicating over great distances. Well, our ingenious friends at Garlon Ironworks have provided us with devices which disrupt these communications, and we have installed them around the city-states. In so doing, we have made it difficult for Imperial agents to correspond with their masters. Rayo would thus have no choice but to rendezvous with her Imperial contact directly. Yet, as well as we unknown face in the Immortal Flames, she cannot move about Thanalan without being recognized. It would only be a matter of time before someone saw her disguise. 'Tis for this reason I believe that she has chosen the Black Shroud for her clandestine meeting. The Elysian are a common sight here, and her comings and goings are not like to turn any heads. As my scouts tell it, the Garleans have sent agents with a mind to destroy the devices and render such direct contact unnecessary. Fortunately, our shinobi have thus far been successful in rebuffing their efforts. This is it. We need only make for Hawthorne's hut and catch Rayo in the act. Indeed, I hate traitors, man. I hate unloyal people. Your word is all you got, pretty much, you know? Or you gotta try to protect your reputation, so people just try to destroy your reputation. That could be what we're doing here, who knows? Come to think of it, she could be innocent. My people report that our quarry has departed for the Bramble Patch. The ivy returns to the gnarls whence she came, but perhaps it is all for the better. To convict someone of her standing, we will require damning evidence against her. What could be better than to catch her in the act when she meets with her Garlean masters? My countrymen and I shall lie in wait in shadows. Tread warily, my friends. Just beyond, Rayo is in conversation with an individual clad in the manner of an adventurer. An Imperial intermediary, no doubt. This is it. With me. What's happening? Flame Marshal Elaine Royale, you are under arrest for treason and espionage. You were followed, you bloody fool. Damnation. Yeah, see, we got ninjas now, girl. What are you gonna do? But she was really good at martial prowess, they said, so. You are unarmed, my lady, and scarcely garbed for battle. But if you wish to fight, you are welcome to try. What is the meaning of this, Captain? Would you arrest me for strolling in the Twelveswood? When asked, I looked, that was no crime, and neither was conversing with passing strangers. You would feign ignorance, then. Very well. If you do think of something to say, there will be plenty of time to say it later. Now, come quietly, or I shall make you wish you had. I will offer you no struggle. After all, I have naught to hide. Interesting. We got traders everywhere in this game. Even a warrior of Rael's renown could not have hoped to escape by force. Despite her claims, her surrender does not bespeak innocence, but an awareness that her position is untenable. With the ivy thus uprooted, it is to be hoped that the tendrils she entwined around the immortal flames will gradually wither and die. Mayhap then the people of Odar will have the grand company they deserve. But let us speak of the present. If I may ask, what will you do now, Jack? I don't know, I'm going to try to get these extremes down. So the Scions seek a way into Iceheart's sanctum. Then I dare say you are eager to return to the Rising Stones. Pray do not let me keep you. Fear not, my countrymen and I shall tend to the aftermath. You need not waste your talents here. And speaking of talents, have you considered training in the art of the shinobi? You have the aptitude for it, I believe. So please give it some thought. Till next time, my friend. Yeah, maybe. Now we're gonna speak to Minfilia. Yeah, more likely we're just gonna have to wait a long time to do the content, but we can do the daytime and get through a lot of this crap. We could probably get these alliance raids done though, because everybody has to do them, so they tend to pop, right? So. Welcome back, Jack. I understand that Alpha now had a task for you. May I ask what it is? Nah, I don't remember now. Charges of treason and espionage against Alain Raoul. I can scarce believe it. Oh yeah, that thing we just did. Could there not have been some manner of misunderstanding? No, it avails us not to dwell on it. Whatever the truth may be, we must trust to the authorities to uncover it. Let us speak of another matter. I am pleased to report that we have made progress in our efforts to find a way into Iceheart's sanctum. That's good news. As you may recall, Iceheart used the Aetheryte in the depths of Snowcloak to teleport a short distance to the west, most likely to a sanctuary of some description. It is there that we suspect she means to summon Shiva using the crystal she stole from the house. from the house 4-ton caravan. The heretics believe that they are bringing about the second coming of their patron saint. But if, as we suspect, they mean to hold a summoning ritual of the kind employed by the beast tribes, it seems likely that the result would be something more akin to a primal. Suffice it to say, they must be stopped, and stop them we shall. But first, we must surmount the obstacle that Iceheart has placed in our path. Ordinarily, it would be a simple matter to tap into the established Aetherae, and thereby follow our query. However, despite our best efforts, we have been unable to ascertain the position of the Aetherite to which she teleported. Our prevailing theory is that she destroyed the second Aetherite upon arrival, a reckless, desperate measure, but also an effective one. After discussing the matter at length with Urianger, we have concluded that we lack the expertise to develop a solution, which is why we have called upon the aid of one who does possess such expertise, a colleague of ours who is currently en route to Revenant's Toll from Charlatan. She should be arriving within the hour, in fact. Ooh, who is it? Since you are here, maybe we could welcome her together? I am certain she would appreciate the gesture. Let us make our way to the northern gates and await her coming. Is it your friend? Is it that one that you're talking about? Krill? Yeah, I think that's who it is.
Minfilia, am I right?
None other. I bid you welcome to Revenant's Toll, and thank you for traveling so far on such short notice.
As if I could ever say no to Urianger.
Moonbreeder is an accomplished Charlian scholar and an authority on aetherite technologies. She has played an invaluable role in our search for a means to capture Ascian souls.
Okay.
Charmed, I'm sure.
Nice to meet you, ma'am. Let us return to the Rising Stones at once, then. We have much to discuss. Indeed. Well, hopefully they've been working on a way to kill these Ascians. Because you're fighting phantoms. It's not very easy. I mean, we don't have the Winchester bros here, so. Oh, it's Thancred. Ishtala.
Moon! Gods, it's been ages!
Oh, longer, sister.
A joyous reunion indeed.
Well, of course it is. Moon and I are like twin sisters.
Save in appearance and aptitude.
Mhm.
Everyone, if I could have your attention. We have with us an esteemed guest who has come from Jarlian to assist us. I bid Moonbreeder join us here that she might share with us her extensive knowledge of Aetherites. Also, as many of you are already aware, she has been overseeing our research into white auracite, a sample of which she has been good enough to bring with her.
Well, I had to come, didn't I? You'd have to be bloody daft to turn your nose up at a chance like this. Where better to conduct my final tests than a land so steeped in ether you can taste it?
'Tis plain the passage of the years hath done little to dampen thy youthful spirits. And nothing at all to reform thy youthful manner.
Oriange, where in the hells have you been hiding?
Unhand me.
Picked
I
him up.
come all this way, and that's what you have to say to me. I much preferred when you were pleading with me to drop everything and hurry to your side. What was it you said? None save thee can satisfy this need.
Go on.
Thine artless attempts to misrepresent mine all too innocent motives do thee little credit. Mine intent, as well thou knowest, was but to impress upon thee the gravity of the circumstance. Lest thou doubt, a deiform entity shall shortly be summoned, save if thou and no other grantest my compeers thine aid.
You still haven't found it, then? Your missing Aetherite?
We have not. No. We know that Iceheart teleported to an Aetherite not far from the first. Yet even after careful analysis, we could not locate the second beacon. We now suspect that the heretics destroyed the second Aetherite to impede our pursuit. Our allies continue to scour Snowcloak for Iceheart's sanctuary, but we have no guarantee that they will find it. Yet it must be found, for even now Iceheart prepares to call upon Saint Shiva.
I'm sorry, but if the Aetherite's been destroyed, then that's that. Although, you're absolutely sure she used the first Aetherite, are you? She didn't just use teleportation magics?
One of our own bore witness to her escape. I can say with absolute certainty that Iceheart used the Aetherite.
Oh, that's me.
In that case, there might be a way, so long as the ethereal current is still flowing.
Truly? How?
We use the current to recreate the beacon. As you know, Aetherites are a bit like lighthouses. We use them to reconstitute our physical forms when crossing the ethereal sea. Without them, we'd lose all sense of direction and our essence would dissipate. However, we don't rely solely
Like
on these
Wi-Fi.
beacons. There are currents of ether which flow between them, currents which help guide us to our destination. Now, these currents will gradually dwindle away to nothing if an Aetherite is destroyed. But if even a sluggish flow remains, we could theoretically use it to direct a surge of concentrated ether towards the void left by the beacon, and thereby fill it up again.
Like opening the floodgates to fill a dry riverbed. Though, correct me if I'm wrong, but would we not need a veritable reservoir of ether?
In concert, we might manage to channel a sufficient volume, yet that is not my chief concern. To direct the flow of so great a volume of ether with the requisite precision would be a nigh impossible task in itself.
I barely succeeded in facilitating travel to an unattuned beacon. That which you describe sounds considerably more difficult.
Hmm.
And dangerous. Every person who has attempted to teleport in this fashion has died in the process. They, however, did not have white aura sight at their disposal.
Okay, so white aura
I can use it to channel all the ether you can give me into the aetherite. However, white aura sight cannot retain ether for an extended period of time, so we would need to infuse it immediately beforehand. Just so you know, I'd confidently give this plan better than even odds of success. And if the worst comes to worst, your people won't suffer.
Though it risked the lives of our best and brightest, we have not the time to seek other options. If the ethereal current still flows, we shall carry out Moonbreeder's plan.
That's the spirit. Let's roll the dice.
Hey. Who's that? Nothing risk, no gain. I have already informed Alphino of our plan to recreate the beacon in the manner Moonbreeder described. He agreed that despite the inherent danger, it represents our only hope for success. He also said that he wished to meet with you at Snowcloak before proceeding. I expect you will find him waiting for you when you arrive. I want you to know I appreciate everything that you have done on our behalf, Jack, and that I have faith that you will return to us, as you always have. Me too, man. I hope I return. But I got Mama Heidi on my side. I mean, she hasn't really been talking to us, but, you know, isn't that what faith is all about? So, yeah, she's still there, but she's probably dealing with the Asians or something. Because they keep saying that if she doesn't have a lot of power, it's finite. So, could have taken a big blow to her when we were fighting Gaius, right? I try not to just go straight to abandonment. So let us hope that she has it. Yeah, I don't think that's ever gonna pop. I think it's too early in the day over here. Try to see what members are on. Probably should. Not a lot of people either. I can ask them probably. Or the party finder. Can really see if that works. Good to see you, Jack. I was starting to wonder if you were having second thoughts. Captain Ilbert sends his regards, by the way. He attends to the interrogation of Elaine Rayo and Oda even as we speak. But I shall not distract you from the matter at hand. We can discuss the Ivy upon your return. I trust that by which I mean to say, the others are waiting for us at the Aetheryte. After you, Scion. There. It's ready. I thought they were going to talk. Ha! It worked, I think. Try tuning to the Aetheryte now. Feel for the current and try to locate the beacon. Okay. Alright. We have done all we can, Jack. For now, let us withdraw. When your final preparations are complete, you must seek out the beacon we have created. If by the grace of the 12 you arrive safely, you must stop Iceheart before she summons Shiva. Yes, I'll do my best. All I really can do, man. You're having me basically go through hyperspace without coordinates. That could be dangerous. We cannot ignore the possibility that our actions have alerted Iceheart to our plans. Should that be the case, she may attempt to hasten the completion of the summoning ritual. And if she succeeds, you have little choice but to face Shiva in battle. Knowing little of this saint, I cannot say if your own strength will suffice, so I would encourage you to call upon your allies. Some may have reservations about wagering their lives on the success of Mumbrita's experiment, but others will surely agree that desperate times call for desperate measures. Before you assemble your party, pray speak with that knight. I believe he has a message for you from Sir Emmerich. Sir Emmerich regrets that he could not be here in person, and asks that I read to you this letter. Oh, that's a cool outfit. That guy's wearing glasses. That's cool. Kind of reminds me like the Blue Ranger from the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Ishgard faces an unprecedented threat. Yet in our hour of need, it is not her knights who stand poised to defend her. Jack Rabbit, the warrior of light, savior of Eorzea, your deeds this day shall not be forgotten. Where others would flee, you choose to remain. Where others would falter, you rise to the challenge. Where others would use their gifts for selfish ends, you wield yours in service to a greater cause. May Haloni bless you with good fortune and see you safely home. All right. We gotta. All right, so we'll do this one. Let's see if that pops, and then. All right, let's see what else we got out here. That's all done. We can go get these things. The beast tribes. That's good. I think I got quests for them so that we can upgrade that reputation. There we go. So I think the next squadron mission. Alright, so how about sort that squadron roster. Okay, so they all get trained. Okay, I thought that was. Did you pick what missions you want them to go? Okay. Then we gotta do adventures. Ooh, that's a monk. That's cool. They're making good progress. Nice. Can get another map. Yeah, I guess we should try to get that real quick. A new map allowance, might as well. You can just pull it from any one of these spots, I think, right? So. Oh wow, it can increase by 9. Oh, you don't have to get those one by one. You can gather better. Okay. That's nice. Why so dark now? There we go. So we got that map. And this is how, okay. And I guess you can like do the party finder and go with other people. Sounds good. Relax and take a walk down memory lane at Blue Cat Treasures Museum. They got museums in this game? Oh, people are pretty creative. Female Rogaden court for hire. Feel free to send tail and come seek me out. What is... Willing to buy stacks of cereal tanks. Buying any amount. Okay, that's cool. I dig it. Alright, what are we doing again? We got that. I guess we go to the Beast Tribes now. While we wait for this thing to pop. that one. 1,000 members and the war leader. Let's just put them all in there and find which one we get. It'll most likely be the story one. I think that's what the roulette kind of helps people with. Got this reputation's up, which is nice. Do you know of Forgotten Springs, the Mikote settlement found to the south in the Sagoli Desert? We have just received urgent word from Lun Ga. She reports that a hunting party from the Yu tribe village was ambushed by a sizable Amalja force. Those that were not massacred outright were dragged away by the raiders. They have likely already been tempered. Lun Ga mentions, however, that one of the Mikote was nimble enough to evade capture and flee into hiding. We have no alliance with the Yu tribe's people, but we cannot close our eyes to an act perpetrated by the very foe we so greatly despise. For the chance to strike a blow at our enemy, we will go to war for the Forgotten Springs. Be my spear, honored ally, and I shall hurl you into the midst of Zanrak. Lunga awaits reinforcements to the southeast. Join your strength to hers and do what must be done to rescue this lone, courageous Mikote ranger. But regardless of whether it's your foe, we can't very well leave people in danger. You know, Spider-Man taught me with great power comes great responsibility, so that's all I'm trying to do, guys. I mean, I'm gonna get power in the process, right? I gotta get mine, but I'm gonna use it for good. Gods be good. When I requested reinforcements, I did not expect the war leader to send you, and just as before, you're too slow to respond. While I sat here, grinding my teeth in frustration, I watched as the Flame Fangs discovered the Ranger's hiding spot and hauled her off to the encampment. The encampment is their forward base, and as such, the place is awash with alert and wary soldiers. The two of us would fare poorly against such numbers. Without a cunning plan, that is. You, my eager outsider, will have the use of my mount to sow a trail of chaos amongst the ranks. Listen carefully. The Amalja like to stockpile the oil they use to light their witch fires and such. Seek out the barrels and tap the Drake's head. That is the command for him to spit a gout of flame. The resulting explosion should be enough of a distraction for me to slip in and free the captured Mikote. Okay. We'll be back, lady. We'll continue this. Here we go.
You should never have come here, warrior of light. I labor only to forge a lasting peace.
That was a cool arena.
A peace you would deny us out of ignorance and blind faith. No matter. If it is our fate to be at odds, then it is mine to strike you down. We whom gods and men have forsaken shall be the instruments of our own deliverance. Partake of my flesh. Fill this vessel with your light. Walk amongst your brothers and sisters once more. Oh, Saint Shiva, still the hatred within our hearts and bless us with eternal grace.
Here she comes. There she is. I remember this one from other Final Fantasies as well. Nice. Ooh. I don't even know how I died. Just got hit by a crystal. I don't even know what hit me. Oh. Okay, she came to play. That was pretty neat. No! Don't run into each other, for the love of God, please. Nice. I thought those guys were gonna run into me. I was like, no, please. That was fun. It was good music.
Fool. Blind, bloody fool. You, of all people, should understand the suffering war begets. That no sacrifice is too great if it brings an end to the violence. Mine is the righteous cause.
I've heard this before.
You fight in a war you do not understand. A pawn of liars and schemers.
Been there before.
And they are no less ignorant than you. Following the creed of their fathers without question, never thinking to ask why. Trapped in a delusion of their own creation, and blind to the truth. Warrior of light, redemption is not beyond us. We who walk before may lead those who walk after. Seek the keeper of the lake. See with eyes unclouded. Do not squander Mother's gift.
Wait. Mama Heidi helped you too? These fucking dudes.
And so the vessel withdraws, a predictable outcome. Nevertheless, La Habrea will be pleased. How unfortunate.
Look at this La Habrea dude. Keeps mucking everything up. What's up, Moon? By the 12, you're alive. I mean, of course you're alive. Why wouldn't you be? So, she is Shiva. Iceheart did what? And you're certain about that, are you? Dravanians are skilled with glamours, after all. Look, if you say that's what you saw, I believe you. It's just that I've never heard of a primal being summoned like that before. That's what I'm saying. Are you sure you're not injured? Head trauma has been known to cause hallucinations, you see. No. Fair enough. I was only asking. Ooh. One breeder remains unconvinced. If you ask me, there's not to be gained from mulling over the implications of your story in the freezing cold. Let's save it for the rising stones, eh? I'll get everyone to meet us there. Ah, but before that, you best pay a visit to the White Brim front and speak with Alphino. He's probably worried sick about you. That or he's busy playing at politics with the Ishgardians. Either way, I'm sure he'll be delighted to see you hale and healthy. Speaking of which, you don't have a headache or anything, do you? No? Blurred vision? Oh, no reason. See you again soon. I'm not concussed, lady. Like, I saw what I saw, okay? She turned into Shiva. So, makes me wonder, though, is there a way that we could eventually, in this freaking game, maybe, in future expansions, channel one of these gods as like during battle, some extra thing, and people can kind of pick and choose? That'd be cool. Or you just get one per your class, you know, something like that. Where are you? Are you in here? Okay. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing good. There he is, and none the worse for wear. Was there ever any doubt that the Warrior of Light would succeed? I think I speak for us all when I say that I should like nothing more than to hear the stirring tale of your victory, if you would be so kind. Well, I went in there, and then she was there, and then she summoned Shiva, but like turned into Shiva. So then we were too late to prevent the summoning. But not too late to prevent further loss of life, an outcome worthy of celebration. And one for which we have Jack to thank. Yes, you are right, of course, Sir Emmerich. We should be content with what we have accomplished. I, for one, could not have wished for a better outcome. Shiva is no longer a threat, and the heretics have been routed. Aye, for this is a matter of Iceheart's escape, but she cannot run forever. Whether it takes days, weeks, moons, or even years, my knights will find her. In the meantime, Lord Drillamo, is the caravan ready? The supplies that your men recovered have been prepared for transport, in accordance with your wishes. Rest assured that my knights will see them safely to Revenant's Toll. Of that I have no doubt. I take it these are the self-same supplies the heretics stole from the House Fortemps caravan? Less the crystals which comprise the bulk of the shipment, yes. Scarcely a fraction of that which was promised, but a meaningful contribution to your cause all the same. Ah, on an unrelated note, Jack, might I trouble you to accompany me to Camp Dragonhead at your earliest convenience? 'Tis not for my benefit. A certain lord was most distressed when he learned of your intent to risk life and limb to stop Iceheart. It took half a dozen knights to restrain him, I am told. Horshaphant? Men give vent to their anxieties in myriad ways. Pray do not think less of him. Why would I? I mean, why would I get mad because somebody cares about me, you know? Unless, I guess, it's a really terrible person caring about you. Like a stalker or something, I guess. Must be Lord Hushafont, though. He's good people. I mean, these Guardians don't seem too bad. They're just kind of a bit zealous, you know. They're kind of zealots or something, but they're all right. We got to try to get them back into the Alliance before the Garleans come back, so that's how you do it to build relations. What were you thinking, Jack? Wagering your very being on a dubious theory which might allow you to enter Iceheart's lair, knowing full well that she could have sufficient forewarning to complete her ritual to summon Shiva anyway? And then engaging the abomination in mortal combat? By the Fury, Jack, 'tis the stuff of ballads, a battle for the ages. Would that I had been there to fight by your side. Yet here I was forced to wait, condemned to wonder at the fate of a dear friend for a veritable eternity. I would not wish such torture on my most hated enemy. But you are here now, and that is what truly matters. Let us move on. Sir Emmerich wished to have words with you and Master Alphino in private. He awaits us in the intercessory. But I thought that he sent me over here for not... I get it. It's the way the game quests. Excuse me.
On behalf of the Holy See of Ishgard, allow me to express my deepest thanks. Never before have we been required to contend with a primal. Indeed, there were fears in some quarters that our knights might not be equal to the task. From what we have now learned of these beings, I can say with certainty that we would have lost a great many men had the Scions not intervened.
Then the argument for preemptive action should be self-evident. Perchance now you will reconsider my proposal that Ishgard move against Nautalon.
Ere we first met, a similar proposal was tabled, but the Holy See decreed that we were to observe, and that military action should be taken only in self-defense. All things considered, it was not an unreasonable decision. Since the calamity, 2 vigils have fallen to the Horde, while Garuda has never shown any inclination to storm the gates of judgment. Which is why this unprecedented crisis and its resolution may prompt a change in policy. You who have faced these primals know well the threat they pose. Ishgard did not. Not until now. And there is naught like a brush with death to change a man's outlook.
At the very least, this should silence any lingering objections to our arrangement with Revenant's Toll. The Holy See may even feel moved to grant us its formal endorsement.
So far as it is possible, the Scions shall be compensated for their service.
We should be grateful for any aid you can provide.
As a gesture of good faith, I shall withdraw my previous request. Your people are doubtless needed elsewhere.
That will not be necessary. We too have a vested interest in watching Dravania's movements.
I see. Once more, I must thank you.
Sir Emmerich, if I may, do you truly believe that Midgard-Zoma could return?
The heavens are a window unto truth, but those who interpret their movements are not infallible. I requested your involvement as a precautionary measure.
But of course, you sought an excuse to compensate us from the first, mindful of what would happen if Revenant's Toll were taken by your enemies. Ishgard is not wont to aid its neighbors, but that does not preclude it from manipulating them to serve its own interests.
Choose your next words carefully.
Do you know what sort of man becomes Lord Commander of the Temple Knights? One who comes from good stock. I did not. Yet here I am. Now, why do you suppose that is?
You're good at what you do.
Because I swiftly learned to tell the difference between words, deeds, and beliefs. You are correct, Master Leveilleur. Ishgard desires to see Revenant's toll flourish, as it would present a troublesome obstacle to our enemies from the south.
We are so glad to be of use to you.
As we are to you. Ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement, lest we forget. One born of necessity. The dragons grow more restless by the day, and the heretics harry us nigh without cease. We have contended with such troubles for centuries, but there are limits to even our endurance. Yet as a pauper is loath to part with his meager possessions, the leaders of Ishgard are not wont to render up their trust to outsiders. But with perseverance on our part, they may yet be made to see the light. Nevertheless, one must take care when walking the road less traveled.
Wise words, Sir Emmerich. I shall make a point to remember them. I must apologize for my earlier outburst. I hope it will not sour our good relations.
Not at all. You but spoke from the heart.
Yeah.
I trust you understand that at times my duties may prevent me from meeting with you. On such occasions, my second in command will speak for me.
Okay.
Lucia, at your service.
Hello,
Pray
ma'am.
excuse our reticence. We are but wary of speaking too freely, lest our sentiments be made known to our enemies. Know that the Lord Commander and I are of one mind. For the sake of Ishgard, and of Eorzea at large, I pray our peoples can put aside their differences. Those who dwell in the past risk losing sight of their future.
Should aught befall one of our shipments, pray inform Lucia immediately. You may also relay to her any words you might have for me alone. Not being of Ishgardian birth, she owes no allegiance to any noble house, making her as near to incorruptible as one can find in my homeland. Suffice it to say, I trust her completely, and so may you. Which reminds me, Lord Orchefort, if you would be so kind?
Certainly.
In times such as these, trust is ever in short supply. Mayhap this will go some way to rectify the problem. The results of our investigation into the heretics' recent attacks, as well as our interrogation of the merchant you detained.
Sir Emmerich, I cannot thank you enough.
Think nothing of it. Ishgard may be many things, but it is no friend to Garlemald.
Did I not tell you to have faith, my friend?
It would seem we have much to discuss with our friends at the Rising Stones. If what you say is true, Iceheart's method of summoning Shiva defies all precedent. It necessitates a complete reappraisal of the primal threat and of our approach to combating it. Moreover, there are grave ramifications if word of this incident reaches Imperial ears. The Garlean Empire believes that primals are an insufferable menace, that their mere existence is a threat to this very star. As such, they deem any action taken against the beast tribes to be justified by default. Imagine then if it became known that it was not only the beast tribes of Eorzea that could summon primals, but her civilized people as well. Any lingering objections to the Eorzean campaign would vanish overnight. Where before we had to contend with a single Imperial legion, We could well find ourselves facing the combined might of all of Garlemald. But I speak unadvisedly. Come, Jack. It is better that we continue this conversation in Mordona. Good thing. Alright, right back. I'm gonna grab some more coffee. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Some coffee. We don't need that one anymore.
Words cannot well express how glad I am to see you return to us hale and whole. Needless to say, I am most eager to hear your account of that which occurred in Curthis, assuming you're ready to speak of it. Excellent. I shall summon the others at once.
She turned into Shiva. It's crazy, guys.
Iceheart used her own body as a vessel for a primal soul?
Master Louisoir's writings make no mention of such a possibility. Can we be certain this entity was a primal?
As certain as we can be that good King Mogglmog the 12th was a primal, I should think. Both were ostensibly summoned.
Let's not quibble over definitions. Of more concern is the implication that Iceheart retained her will, even after she was possessed. We are talking about a mortal, wielding the power of a primal.
It can't possibly be that easy, can it? There must be some sort of sacrifice required. Or maybe she's just special?
What qualities this woman possesseth, I know not, but full sure am I that she was groomed for this role. Few are privy to the secrets of summoning, and but a single party standeth to profit from their dissemination.
Well, I wouldn't presume to comment on how the lass came to know about summoning, but I will say that what she summoned was a primal. The readings were the same, or near as damn it. Strange as it all sounds, it's really no different from what you've faced before.
Then mayhap it is time that we re-examined our previous encounters.
Pack your things, Ida. We're going back to Gridania.
Yes, sir.
About Iceheart's final words to you. Hear, feel, think. Hydaelyn speaks to her as well.
That's what I
If
noticed.
Iceheart is blessed with the power of the Echo, she will doubtless have used it to further her goals. Or could it be that it was a revelation granted her by the Echo which first set her on this path? She did say that the Ishgardians were blind to the truth. Do you think she has knowledge of the origins of the Ishgardian-Dravanian War? It would do much to explain her unwavering conviction.
Did not the Lady Iceheart implore thee to seek the Keeper of the Lake? And did she not imply that in so doing thou wouldst come to see with eyes unclouded?
Midgard-Zoma was a king amongst kings who reigned for centuries on end. But he is dead and his wisdom lost to the ages. Unless the Ishgardians' fears are well-founded. It would seem we have yet another reason to stand watch over the Keeper of the Lake. For a mercy, we are well positioned to do so. Iceheart, Shiva, Ascians, and Midgard-Zoma. I shudder to think how they're all connected.
I mean to scour the annals for knowledge of Midgard-Samar. Given his great age, I dare say he appears in more than a few... Did you hear that? The commotion outside. Would you see if aught is amiss? Jack, 'tis well that you are on hand. We have a problem. Rael has escaped. It happened shortly after the Immortal Flames took her into custody. She had been placed in a dungeon cell ahead of her coming trial, but apparently the accommodation was not to her liking. The turnkey was found slain along with 2 guards. 'Tis plain she received inside help. Citizens report seeing Rael quitting the city via the Gate of Nald, with a bloodied spear in her hand. She makes for Castrum Meridanium. I am certain of it. With her fate in Eorzea as good as sealed, what recourse has she but to flee to her imperial masters? Even as we speak, Captain Ilberd and the First are hot upon Rael's heels. Pray make haste to Camp Blue Frog and join the hunt. Camp Blue Frog. There it is. My thanks for coming, Scion. I have spoken with the soldiers here. They say that Rael walked through the camp not a bell ago. Aye, she walked right through. You did not miss here. We have Raban's decision to keep the matter secret to the think of that. Bad for morale, he said. As a result, not a single flame in the garrison made any attempt to detain her, and so here we are. Rael must not be allowed to reach Castrum Meridanium. I mean, I agree, but... sounds like she's more resourceful than we thought. Okay, I guess I gotta withdraw. This wretch was with Rael. He threw himself at us that his mistress might escape. She didn't blink when we cut him down, not even when he started screaming. No loyalty even to her own, the goddamn harpy. With me, Scion, we almost have her. Traitors. Oh, there's more. Hope this hits both of them. Oh, here come the Dolmens. Nice. we go. Gasp, pant. Bind her and do it tight. Yes, sir. Good work, men. She and her Imperial cronies pushed us close, but we were better. Behold, a respected officer of the Immortal Flames. People looked up to you as one of the Order's founding members, one of its pillars. It saddens me to see you fallen so low. What would you know of low? You, a spoiled little lordling who has never known any want. People such as you take wealth and birth for granted. You think it's your God's given right to rule over others. You know not of our plight, the injustice that we low-born Ishgardians must endure. To the noble lords and ladies, we are not people, but resources to be consumed. I did what I had to do to survive, stealing, killing, even whoring myself. It is no fault of mine if fools imagined me a paragon when I joined the Flames. To hear you tell it, one would think you the only person ever to have suffered. In case you have forgotten, Raban himself was born into poverty, as was I. We lived hand to mouth with little more than the shirts on our backs. Hunger was our constant companion. Yet never did we bemoan our lot in life, nor do we begrudge others their fortunes. We accepted the hand that we had been dealt and played it to the best of our ability. Life was a battle, yes, but no matter what fate threw at us, we took it on the chin and came back for more. Everything we have, we fought for. How are we any different then? 'Tis true that we were both mercenaries of lowly birth, and 'tis true that we both had our fair share of struggles. But whereas I sowed my sword, you, marshals, you sowed your comrades. If life has taught me one thing, it is that you never betray your own. I would sooner cut off my own arm than raise a hand against a friend. But enough talk. You will return to Ul'dah to face justice, and the people whose trust you have dragged through the gutter. Damn right. Traitors. Not so much a hint of remorse. 'Tis well that this sordid business is finally at an end. A friend's betrayal cuts deeper than steel. We must hope that we have chosen our own allies more wisely than Raban chose his.
I have heard. Truly bothersome business. No, I do not foresee a problem on that front. The main concern is Raban. There is no telling what the brute might do. Have the Blades watch him in the flames day and night. You may leave the Sultana to me. I shall personally attend her grace. Sever one of the East Aldenard trade routes. That ought to keep Lolorito occupied for a while. Nanamo Ulnamo. For my sake, pray be a good little Sultana to the last.
Guy's a plotter, man. What's he doing? Captain Ilbert and I have a few questions for the Flame Marshal regarding the circumstances of her miraculous escape. When we have completed our interrogation, we shall take our findings directly to General Raban, and that shall be the end of it. Your work here is done, my friend. My thanks. But I have one last task for you. Return to the Rising Stones and apprise Menphilia of all that has happened. I am aware that the antecedent held Reo in high regard. For better or for worse, she'll want to know how this tale ends. Bum, bum, bum.
Welcome back, my friend. I have already received word from Alfino. To think that Flame Marshal Huayu was the Garlean agent. I know not what to say. Together with Robon, Eileen lent us much-needed aid at the time of our Order's founding. She was particularly passionate about the need to tackle the primal threat. When we discussed the subject, her eyes fairly shone with determination. Whatever else she may have been, I choose to believe that it was her true self with whom I spoke then. But now is not the time to dwell on such matters. I have an important announcement to make regarding our effort to defeat the Ascians. We shall begin as soon as everyone is assembled.
Okay.
My thanks for coming, friends. Moonbreeder, the floor is yours.
By now, I'm sure you're all familiar with White Auracite, the miraculous material that'll allow us to capture Ascian souls. Back at Snowcloak, we verified its ability to absorb vast amounts of ether. Alas, it leaves something to be desired in the area of stability. The stone can only store ether for a short while before expelling its contents.
In addition to Auracite's inherent limitations, we must needs be wary of our enemy's strength. Our foe draweth upon an infinite wellspring of power. Even should we succeed in entrapping him, the stone will not long contain his wrath.
Meaning that, if we want to kill the swine, we'll have to be quick about it.
'Tis our belief that an Ascian soul may be permanently undone, if smitten by a sufficiently concentrated burst of pure ether.
The only trouble is, we can't say for sure how concentrated the burst needs to be. Without knowing how much ether an Ascian soul is composed of, we're basically guessing.
Our sole clue lieth in thy struggle with La Habrea.
During that encounter, Heidelin bid you forge what she called a Blade of Light, a weapon which took the form of a luminous stream of energy. Based on your description, we believe the blade with which you vanquished your foe was composed of ether.
I mean, that's what it looked like to me.
Admittedly, your victory proved ephemeral, as La Habrea was able to use a crystal of darkness to flee into the space that lies between our world and the void. The fact remains, however, that Heidelin placed the means to destroy the Ascians in your hands. Be that as it may, it would be unwise to assume that she will do the same when we next encounter such a foe.
Quite so, my lady. We must needs find the means to forge our own blade of ether, one to equal that which Heidelin did benevolently bestow upon her champion.
That is all well and good, but it seems to me that producing such a blade will require a prodigious quantity of ether. Whence will it come, pray tell?
Oh, what if we had two pieces of white auracite? One to trap the Ascian, and the other to store the ether for the blade.
Oh, nice try. But it's as I said, the stone won't hold ether for any length of time. We'd still need to collect the stuff there and then, sorry to say.
And therein lies the rub. Finding a way to create the blade whenever and wherever we choose.
It would seem more research is in order.
I'm going to linger a while, perform a few more tests on the aura site. And I could do with some help. Urianger, why don't you lend me a hand?
Mine apologies, but I am required at the Waking Sands. Lady Minfilia hath given me sole charge of the premises. 'Twould be unseemly to leave them unattended.
Yeah, she likes you, bro.
Sole charge, you say? So you're basically alone there, then? Well, that settles it. I'll just have to come to you.
While you were afield, word arrived from the Charlian motherland. You will recall that a survey party was dispatched to investigate the incident at the Isle of Vow. What they discovered was troubling, to say the least. According to the report, the Isle has been erased from existence. 'Twas as if a hole had been torn in the very fabric of reality.
Aye, yet the mystery endeth not with the Isle's disappearance. It hath come to light that a number of scholars in various other locales were reported missing at a similar juncture.
What's more, they all had something in common with the head of the students of Baldessian. Every last one of them was researching a phenomenon called dimensional compression, or the rejoining as the ancient texts call it. I'll be damned if that's a coincidence.
All indications suggest Ascian involvement. But I sense that a force greater still is at work. The entity the Dark Beings call the One True God. We must pray that my dear friend Kryl regains consciousness soon. If she bore witness to the Isle of Val's final moments, she may be able to shed some light on this mystery.
All right.
Following the calamity, the forces of the 14th Imperial Legion entrenched themselves in strategic locations across Eorzea. So swiftly did they accomplish this, it was suspected that they had received help. To think that it came from Huayu, my right hand.
There is more. We have reason to believe that Huayu didn't deal exclusively with the 14th. She also answered to a higher authority in Garlemald. But this higher authority could not have been the Emperor. By consenting to the Media Project, Solus Zos Galvus showed himself to be more concerned about preventing the spread of primal influence than claiming Eorzea for the Empire. He would happily have seen the lot reduced to ash. We believe a number of high-ranking figures within the royal household were against the decision, but that they knew better than to oppose the Emperor openly. Of course, this didn't prevent them from making clandestine provisions, in which Huayu played a part.
Alas, these provisions did not prevent Dalamud from falling, and the ensuing chaos changed the face of the realm forever. Yet Eorzea survived. To all intents and purposes, the Meteor Project had failed, and the Empire was left to rue its lack of a decisive means to eliminate the primals. Until, that is, it stumbled upon the Ultima weapon.
Even before the accursed thing was dug up, it seemed to me the 14th had the might to overwhelm our weakened armies. Yet they chose to hide behind their walls. Why?
The Black Wolf was wary of making the denizens of Eorzea desperate, lest more primals emerge to bleed the land. The discovery of the Ultima weapon, however, emboldened him to resume his war of conquest in earnest.
But there was one in Garlemald who believed that Van Belsar's actions were premature. One who stood higher in the Imperial Army's chain of command. He ordered the Legatus to halt his advance, only to find that the Black Wolf had slipped its leash, and that the 14th now acted alone. In a bid to bring Van Belsar to heel, he used the agent he had planted in Ul'dah prior to the Calamity to undermine the Legion's efforts.
A man who outranks Van Belsar, yet opposed the late Emperor's decision to annihilate Eorzea. This could only be the former High Legatus of the Garlean army, now known as Emperor Varus Zosgalvus. So he was Huayu's true master.
But one of several in actual fact. We've learned that even as Huayu served the Empire's interests, she sold Imperial secrets to a certain faction in Eorzea. In so doing, she helped to maintain the status quo, thus prolonging the conflict. Considering who stands to profit from war, it isn't hard to imagine who her other masters were.
Seven hells! You mean to say that she was a double agent?
Triple, if you consider her services to Van Belsar and the new Emperor as separate.
As neatly as these pieces seem to fit, one aspect of the puzzle remains unclear to me. By whose will was the Marshal feeding intelligence to the heretics? And try as I might, I fail to see how aiding their cause would profit either her Imperial or monetarist masters. Could it be that another hand is at work here? If so, Huayu must be made to reveal whose it is.
Not only have I lost a trusted friend, now I must interrogate her as a stranger.
Not a pleasant task, I grant you, but a necessary one. Unless we weed out the ivy, root, stalk, and stem, it will simply grow back.
I know that full well. Those closest to Huayu have already been detained, and I will question them alongside her.
General, pray keep in mind that there may be unwitting abettors among them.
All will be treated fairly. On that you have my word. Those who are innocent have no cause to fear.
You have ever been a friend of truth, General. I hope the unpleasant task of weeding out falsehood will not detain you too long. Though it be for the sake of Eorzea, doubting one's comrades is poison to the soul. And with that, I take my leave.
All these years, I've been made to dance to their tune. How could you, Huayu? How could you side with them? Those cankers who take from this land and give naught in return, who use their power to disempower and grow fat while the people starve. I know you can hear me, monetarist scum! Your crimes will not go unpunished! One day I will purge this land of your sickness! Before the eyes of the 12, I swear it!
I shall have no further need of you this day. Your Grace. I fear that not even mine own chambers shall remain private for long.
Has the situation grown so grim?
Ever since he proposed the Cartiner Reclamation Bill, Teleji Adeleji has risen to greater prominence upon the backs of impoverished refugees. The monetarists were ever united in their pursuit of profit, but the man's actions have torn a rift in their ranks. They snap at each other as rabid dogs. Yet now is not the time to be bickering among ourselves.
If this bickering is a threat to law and order, might you not have grounds to dissolve the Syndicate?
Would that the solution were so simple, Admiral. Alas, my moving to dissolve the Syndicate is certain to spark outrage among the influential merchant class, whom the Cabal represents. This would serve to exacerbate the current unrest, and peace would slip still further away. Be they rich or poor, natives or refugees, all who reside in Ul'dah have a right to pursue happiness. It is the duty of a ruler to protect this right. If I am to perform my duty, I must needs tread warily. It would not do to make enemies heedlessly. Were Lord Lolorito here, he would doubtless say that I have my head in the clouds.
A ruler is required to take a wide view. Try as we might to cater to all needs, some will inevitably be overlooked. As such, there shall ever be citizens who feel aggrieved. It cannot be helped. But as you have informed us, the monetarists take no view but their own. They hunger for power while the masses starve. In the absence of a common cause, it seems beyond any one individual to make Ul'dah whole.
And the presence of a Garlean agent within the Immortal Flames only makes matters worse. Even accounting for Ul'dah's historic reliance upon mercenaries, such a grievous breach of security is unprecedented. I fear this business will provide the monetarists with a rod to beat Rauban.
Eorzea can ill afford for the Immortal Flames to be dampened now. Ere long, the Garleans will turn their ravenous gaze toward our lands once more. If we are to resist their might, our nations must stand together. Yet for this to happen, our nations must be whole. Cannot be done to improve the situation in Ul'dah.
The true wealth of Ul'dah lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her citizens. Alas, the citizens shall never know these things, so long as their lives are ruled by the ambitions of the few. The monetarists claim to represent the best interests of the people, but in sooth they desire only to manipulate them for their own selfish ends. For the government to serve the people, it must be formed of the people. For Ul'dah to move forward, it is not only the Syndicate that must be dissolved.
Nay, you jest.
My friends, it was for no other reason than to make known to you mine intent that I requested your presence here.
Okay.
When I make my declaration to the people, chaos shall inevitably ensue. As the last monarch in the line of Ul, I make unto you this request. Help Rauban to preserve order and protect the people. Forsake them, and you forsake yourselves. For a strong Eorzea will ever have need of a strong Ul'dah.
Your Grace, are you certain of this?
There is no other way. When the time is ripe, the nation shall become a true republic. Both royalists and monetarists shall cease to be. Ul'dah will no longer belong to kings or queens or merchant princes, but to her people. Rauban, forgive me for casting aside all that you have toiled for in my name. Beyond this gesture, I am powerless to help my subjects.
Huh? I am most eager to address the Ascian threat. However, we dare not neglect our other pressing concerns. We both know full well that the Saint Shiva will not be the last primal we face, and our relationship with Ishgard is still tenuous at best. To think that the resolution of the primal threat was once the sole priority of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, some days I wonder if it was wise for us to take on so many other responsibilities. Lest you forget, Antecedent, the Scions need not shoulder the burden alone. Were not the Crystal Braves established for this very reason? True, we are presented with a multitude of problems. However, we have all the resources we need to address them in turn. Jack, in particular, is ever a steadying hand, who I trust will continue to support the Braves. Sure, they seem alright. To what do we owe the pleasure? Have there been further developments regarding the situation in Ul'dah? As expected, the Immortal Flames have been struggling to cope with the revelation that one of their highest-ranking officers was a Garlean agent. Suffice it to say, Teleji Edeleji and his monetarist ilk have wasted no time in attempting to turn the situation to their advantage. Coupled with ongoing unrest, the Flames are finding themselves hard-pressed. Plainly, General Raban needs our help, and I would direct the City Braves to offer what support they can. If I am to stay abreast of the latest developments and issue effective orders, however, I cannot afford to waste time traveling back and forth. And so for the foreseeable future, I think it would be best if I were to remain in Ul'dah, unless you have an objection. None whatsoever. We have matters here well in hand. Monbrita's research is proceeding as planned? So she tells me, though I'm not familiar with the details. Urianger is poring over his tombs at the Waking Sands, and the others are contributing in their own ways. Alas, the key problem, how to form an ethereal blade at will, remains unsolved. Nevertheless, it is only a matter of time. Jack, while we focus on the task, mayhap you could assist Alphino and his braves with theirs. It would do much to restore faith in the Immortal Flames if the Warrior Light was seen working on their behalf. Never forget that your esteemed status allows you to act in ways that those more tightly bound to organizations and nations cannot. As ever, I implore you to do so. Alright. Not that your response was ever in doubt, but I humbly thank you once more for aiding our cause. Now then, there are preparations I must attend to before my departure, such as receiving Rail's latest report. He has proven to be quite skilled at gathering information others wish kept secret. Hence why I placed him under my direct command and ordered him to investigate the Ul'dah riots. When you are finished here, join me outside. Depending on what he has to say, I may soon have a favor to ask. If there are any developments on our front, I shall inform you at once in the usual fashion. Alright. Well then. What's up, dude? Pleasure as always, Jack. You'll be escorting the commander to Ul'dah, I take it. Actually, I had another task in mind for him. If you would be so kind as to repeat your report for his benefit. Right then. Me and mine have ever been making inquiries into the source of the weapons what found their ways into refugees' hands a way back. So happens we caught a wind of something promising, a rather large purchase of sharp at pointing things by a black marketeer holed up near High Bridge. I doubt this man would have secured such a quantity of weapons if he didn't already have clients waiting. Clients that for whatever reason would prefer for this transaction to remain secret. Brings to mind that merchant who caught an arrow while talking to Jack. Generous fellow he was, doling out swords and spears to the downtrodden and disgruntled. Which isn't to say that these clients have the same mischief in mind, but if you want to be sure, might be prudent to intervene before they collect their goods, savvy? Seizing the weapons before they fall into the wrong hands would be for the best. However, if we strike at the appointed hour, we might capture the black marketeer as well as his clients. What say you, Jack? Okay. Then it is settled. Rendezvous with Captain Ilbert at Highbridge and intervene when the exchange takes place. Now then, if you would excuse me, I must leave for Ul'dah. I expect good tidings. Okay, where's Highbridge? Thanalan. Ooh, this shit is taking a long time, dude. This post ARR stuff is gnarly so much. Ah, Jack, my scouts have been keeping a close eye on the Black Marketeer, and it would seem that his guests have arrived. It would also seem that he has hired more than a few men to stand guard, common thugs of no consequence, but they nevertheless pose a threat. Even so, I feel compelled to apologize. This is far beneath a man of your standing, and Commander Louvier needn't have any dispatch to you either. But powerful men have need of loyal, able-bodied friends. Having found one in you, 'tis only natural that he would come to rely upon you without hesitation. I mean, yeah. Now then, we should make for Burning Wall without delay and secure those weapons. The first unit ensures that the clients do not escape with me, Jack. I doubt it's gonna pop, but these people are talking so much. I spy the one man, but there are sure to be others. I have a plan. While you approach the sentry and create a distraction, my men and I will slip past and catch the Black Marketeer unawares. Okay, man. Once you've disposed of the thugs, wait for us outside the tunnel entrance. Any questions? Then let us be off. Good luck, my friend. Oh boy. Who goes there? An adventurer? Damn fool, you should have never come here. Oh, I thought he said. I don't understand. What's this all about? Ah. As you can see, this is a fine mess. When I tried to restrain him, he drew a hidden blade and lashed out, but before I could disarm him, one of my subordinates panicked, and this is the result. How foolish of me to underestimate the bastard and to bring in an inexperienced recruit. Commander Louvier would be most disappointed. Damn it all. A golden opportunity wasted. As for the clients, though we know not how, they slip past our perimeter. At present, the first is currently tracking a party of dusk white sellswords. We suspect it may be them. Would that we could have enlisted the aid of the immortal flames or the brass blades. Alas, we're here to aid them. They're in no position to aid us. Well, at the very least, we have secured the weapons. Yet even that accomplishment is lacking, for the information we received indicated a massive shipment, and this is anything but. Something seems fishy. I would join the first in their hunt for the dusk white sellswords. If the gods are good, we will catch them before they escape into the Black Shroud. In the meantime, I ask that you deliver these weapons to Ul'dah in my stead. Entrust them to the third Yuyuhase. He will take care of the rest. Alright, man. Why are we... What are we building towards, man? Like, this seems to keep going. This should be rough, guys. What's up? Ah, the warrior light, ever reliable friend to the Crystal Braves. You have my deepest thanks for your assistance at Corthus. Now, what brings you to us this day? Found these weapons. A gift of weapons from a certain black marketeer, courtesy of Captain Ilbert, you say? Understood. Once we catalog the contents, I'll have them delivered to the Hall of Flames. This cannot be everything, can it? Raoul stated that with confidence that there would be a far greater quantity of weapons. A blatant falsehood. Clearly, Raoul is unfamiliar with the ways of Ul'dah merchants, who ever strive to present themselves as greater than they are. We should be thankful that his information was not completely erroneous, and that we managed to achieve anything of worth at all. It's still something worth celebrating, isn't it, Lieutenant? Besides, we got more important things to worry about, like fighting those Garleans up north. There'll be no fighting if I have anything to say about it. Our orders are to stand watch, not to seek glory in battle. If you have no further need of us, then I shall take my unit to the cerulean processing plant. Time for the fort to earn their keep, eh? Fight well, Elian, for the freedom of all. Excellent work as always, my friend. Rest assured that the immortal flames will hear of your contribution until we meet again. Jack, a word if it please you. Yeah, man. What's up? Not here. Look for me at the Sapphire Avenue Exchange. No need for whistling this time. Don't you worry. Yeah, something's afoot. There's something going on. Because everybody's acting very weird. But it's like straight story all the time. This shit's crazy. It won't work for you, right? Thanks for indulging me request. Few places better than a market for privacy, I find. All the hustle and the bustle of commerce means most conversations go unnoticed. I'll get to the point. At the burning wall, when you and the captain interrupted the exchange, what happened? Tell me everything. Leave no detail out. We got there's only one crate, but he said that, like, he killed someone. That's not quite how the first told it. These dust whites they were chasing. Latest word is that we lost the trail. But you never saw them yourself? Not before the fighting started, not after? Something isn't right. I don't know what it is, but I can feel it in me bones. See, that's what I'm saying. I'm not daft enough to be misled by some merchant's drunken boast. Our information was reliable, goddammit. I know he purchased those weapons. As if I've never deciphered a moneylender's books or had to follow a transaction back to its source. Did plenty of that back when the Braves were getting started, believe me. The commander wanted assurances that we weren't taking gil from the wrong sort of benefactors. Of course, these days the money flows like water and the first and third get the shiniest new toys. Forgive me, friend. I have a lot on my mind these days, and I appreciate you lending an ear. Right then, best get back to it. Jack, can you hear me? This is Tataru. Your presence is urgently requested at the Rising Stones. Please come and see me as soon as you are able. I need to see. See how much more. Shit is so long. Hey. Just kind of putting me to sleep, man. We're almost there. Fuck's sake, dude. They really... Yeah, it's mainly like a heavy-handed story game, I guess. That's why I ended up like the last time. It gets pretty... Feels like a drag. I'm just gonna be honest. I'm enjoying it, but golly, guys, come on. Thank you for coming so quickly, Jack. We have a guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you. A most determined lady, by all indications. Our guest is with the Antecedent and the Solar at present. Let us not keep them waiting any longer, shall we? Hey. It's Lucia.
We have a guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you. I believe the two of you have met.
We have. I had hoped to speak with Commander Leveilleur as well, but I cannot afford to wait any longer. The Lord Commander sent me hither to request your aid in a matter of grave import.
You see now why I had Tataru summon you.
Now that we're all assembled, perhaps you would be good enough to elaborate on the nature of the matter which brought you to us.
The Observatorium's astrologians have sounded the alarm. Last night, the Dragon Star burned with an intensity not seen in 15 summers. Not since the Dravanians engaged the Empire in the Battle of Silvertear Skies.
The northern sky doth burn full bright upon the Wormlord's call. The red behemoth beckoneth, and flame consumeth all.
The old Curthan rhyme, aye. The brightening of the Dragon Star is said to accompany the roar of a great worm. The astrologians believe that it was Midgard Soma himself who cried out on this occasion.
After an absence of centuries, the King of Kings did return to lead his kind against the might of Garlemald, only to fall in his duel with the Agrius, proud flagship of the Garlean fleet. Devoid of life, his corpse remaineth entwined about the Magitech monstrosity even unto this day.
Ariange has the right of it. Whatever this alteration in the Dragon Star portends, the Great Worm has shown no sign of life. Tataru, have the Domans reported aught out of the ordinary?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if Midgardsormr had roared, wouldn't we have heard it here in Revenant's Toll?
Roar is but a figure of speech. Dravanians can communicate in ways beyond our ken. It is for this very reason that we are forced to look for signs in the heavens. We cannot say with any confidence that a great worm roared at all, much less that it was Midgardsormr. Only by directly examining the Keeper of the Lake can we be certain. However, it will take too long to gain the Holy See's approval to dispatch the Temple Knights. Therefore, Sir Emric would entrust this task to you. Do you accept? We knew you would not disappoint us. Now, if you would excuse me, I must return and assist the Lord Commander. We have precious little time to prepare.
To prepare for what, pray tell?
When a great worm roars, his brethren cannot choose but answer. We prepare for battle.
Oh, my bad. Started to zone out. This fucking shit is long. Alright. As Ariange stated, what we now call the Keeper of the Lake is a wreckage of the Argrius, former flagship of the Imperial fleet, and the corpse of the worm responsible for its destruction. 15 years ago, as the next step in his campaign to subjugate Eorzea, Gaius van Balsar attempted to seize control of Mordona. So massive was his force that all thought his victory a foregone conclusion. But an unlikely ally came to Eorzea's aid that day. Midgardsormr, legendary guardian of the Silver Tear Falls, burst forth from beneath the waters of the lake and led a host of dragons against the Garlean airships overhead. In what would later become known as the Battle of Silver Tear Skies, the Great Worm felled countless ships before engaging the Agrius. In the ensuing struggle, the flagship's Cerulean engines failed, and it tumbled into the lake below. Yet this victory came at great cost, for the explosion which followed claimed the life of the Great Worm as well. And that same explosion transformed Silver Tear's Falls into the desolate wasteland it is today, draining the lake of its waters and crystallizing the ether from malms around. Yet a remnant of the lake remains, and at its center a constant reminder of the fateful day long ago. In accordance with Sir Emmeric's wishes, our Doman allies have been standing watch over the Keeper of the Lake. It would be wise to speak with them before investigating the wreckage yourself. Be careful, my friend. We know not what dangers await you within. Now then, let us not neglect our own task. There is much to be done and precious little time to do it. This is rough. So fucking rough. I wonder if I can get a group together. We'll see. You're in luck, sir. I was about to send word to Revenant's Toe about the Garleans. Of late, I've seen small airships, likely from Castrum Sentry, come and go from the keepers of the lake. Though cannot say for certain at this distance, I believe they may be salvaging something from within the wreckage. The Castrum supply lines have been cut for some time, and I'd wager they're desperately in need of spare parts and other equipment. Okay. So it's true then, the Ishgardians honestly fear that the worm might rise again. Well, from here that seems rather unlikely, but if it's assurances they want, you've no choice but to inspect the corpse in its entirety. Easier said than done given the creatures which inhabit the wreckage and the aforementioned Garleans who won't take kindly to your presence. They're for sure to fire upon an airship, so I advise a more stealthy approach. Take this boat and a few other your comrades to the base of the Agrias, then climb to the top. That's the only viable approach, I'd say. Oh my god. Finally something to do. Holy crap. Alright, so now we gotta stop doing this. Alright, now we can continue this maybe. Oh man. Alright, come on. Oh, hopefully Aeon 2 is better. You know, fuck. I like the content, but this is a bit much, you know? If it's like this the whole time, you're pretty much playing the story for months before you can catch up to people. And ultimately, I'm about gameplay. I don't mind the story, but some of it, I don't really care about. Yeah. And those are red, so you probably want to stay away from those. Yeah, all the way over here. I guess there was another way we could have gone. Okay, someone just grabbed it. Yeah, how about picking that one up? Thank you. Alright, why is it on me? Come on. Look at this. For fuck's sake. Congrats. Congrats on that level. Nice. Alright.
Who treadeth now upon my bones, and waketh me from slumber sweet? Remember, mortal, and fear me.
All right. I think that we're supposed to be... If they're gonna put circles somewhere. Okay, no, so they do lines, okay. Whoop! What I get for not paying attention. close, so we avoid that. Okay. Alright, that was fun. Simple, but it was fun. Short, too.
By her gifts hast thou earned a moment's reprieve. Speak, mortal, and I shall listen. Guided by a star. My people have heard the song. Ishgard shall burn. Sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. We do not forget. We do not forgive. Seven children did I sire. One now singeth of retribution. I rise to join in the chorus. Thou art powerless to silence us, mortal. Yet thou shalt not live to labor in vain. Thy reprieve is at an end. Trickery is thy shield. This frail, ignoble creature is not gifted, but chosen. Hearken to me, Hydaelyn. I remember, and I consent. Fear not, mortal. I shall not harm thee.
Okay. What'd you do to me? Where'd you get my crystals, bro?
Mayhap thou thinkest me an oath breaker. Thou art mistaken. If thou comest to harm, it shall be by another's hand, not mine. I did but strip thee of thy mistress's feeble blessing. Thou didst profit much by her grace.
Yeah, but why would you do that?
No more. The covenant binds me to thee. I shall watch, listen, and wait. Fight and struggle, if it be thy will. Man hath ever coveted that which lieth beyond his grasp. I drink of her body, and thence doth mine own find new life. When it hath grown whole, the loyal and penitent shall rejoice. The dragon song heraldeth a beginning and an end.
You may summon mid guards more by selecting a corresponding entry within your minion guide in the main menu. Okay. Now I can get this guy out. Okay. So now he's with me always, right? So I was beginning to fear the worst. Were those explosions I saw? Ah, but you shouldn't waste time talking with me. Alphino left a message stating that you were to return to the Rising Stones at once. Good thing, bub. Now I got a cool dragon. I guess that's nice. So he took my power to gain his life, but I guess in doing so, now he has to protect me or something, I guess. All right. Praise the 12 that you are hale and whole. I came as soon as Menphilia informed me of Sir Emeric's request. You have completed your investigation of the Keeper of the Lake, I take it. Then I would hear your report. Yeah, he like took my power or something. You conversed with Midgardsamar. I swear, were anyone else to make such a claim, I would regard it with considerable skepticism. Are we to understand that the Worm Lord did not perish and has in sooth lain dormant these past 15 years? Less a resurrection and more rejuvenation for he who dwelleth in eternity, years passing as moments. Though his words were ambiguous at times, one statement left little room for interpretation. My people have heard the song, Ishgard shall burn. Clearly an attack is imminent. We must share this information with Sir Emmerich immediately. However, we dare not divulge our conversation with Midgardsamar in its entirety. To even acknowledge that you heard the voice of a Dravanian is a grave but necessary risk. Lest we forget, men have been executed as heretics for declaring as much, but I don't follow their shit, so like... Anyway. For your own protection and for the sake of our tenuous relations with Ishgard, the truth cannot leave this room. As for how we shall present our revelation to Sir Emmerich's emissary, you may leave that to me. Pray remain here for now. Is there something you are not telling us, Jack? You seem different somehow. 'Tis almost as if you are missing something. Something important. Yeah, you took my powers. 12 for Fen, Midgardsamar stripped you of the blessing of light. Are you alright? How do you feel? I'm fine. You okay? I see. It is a relief to hear that you are otherwise unharmed. It beggars belief that anything beyond could possess the power to deprive you of her blessing. Midgardsamar made mention of a covenant, did he not? One of the ancient myths regarding Silvertear Falls states that when the waters came into existence, so too did the great worm. Altic and Nimia, the brother Time and sister Fate, decreed that Midgardsamar ever watch over the source from which all water and magic was said to flow. I wonder, what if this was the covenant of which he spoke, and 'twas not the gods with whom he treated, but Hydaelyn herself? Well, if he is watching over you as he claimed, mayhap you will have an opportunity to ask. Let us keep this matter to ourselves. I do not wish to burden our friends needlessly. Well, I guess if he's watching over us, and because she was running out of power, so she can take a break now or something? Is that, like... Did I lose any strength? Art thou a pawn or a master of thy fate? What hast thou wrought by thine own hands, mortal?
My friend, I can scarce believe it. You confronted the Worm Lord and lived to tell the tale. I give thanks to Helone for your preservation. It is our sole cause for gladness. Your encounter with the Keeper of the Lake served to confirm our fears. A great worm has roared, and it makes little difference if it was one of the two in Eorzea or any other. The Dravanians are coming.
I am told that Ishgard has magical defenses against Dravanian attack, though I am not privy to their exact nature. Will they be enough to repel a massive force?
Ishgard has weathered countless assaults over centuries. This will be no different. And now that you have confirmed the threat, none can ignore the Lord Commander's calls for the wards to be strengthened. I dare not presume to speak for him, but I expect the Lord Commander would sing your praises. I must away, but we shall meet again soon.
Countless assaults weathered, and this will be no different? Why am I not convinced?
The Ishgardians have warred with Dravanians for centuries, nay, nearly 1,000 years. In all that time, not once have their enemies breached their defenses and entered the city proper. Yet regardless of how strong these magical wards may be, I nevertheless fear that the Ishgardians are underestimating the gravity of the situation. Though it was not Midgardsormr who roared, a call to arms by one of the first brood cannot be ignored. Until such time as they choose to request our aid, however, we can do naught but observe the situation at a distance, and pray that our fears are unfounded. Ere I forget, I believe Membrita has requested a gathering of the Scions. I assume there has been some progress concerning our efforts to combat the Scions. Pray inform her that our business with the Ishgardians is concluded for the moment. I shall be along once I completed my communications with the Crystal Braves. Alright. All done with your talk of dragons? Wonderful, because Ascians are next on the menu. Let's head into the Solar, shall we? Solar? Paplimo? Famin? Fanamin? Whatever your name is.
Now that everything's calmed down a bit, relatively speaking I mean, I thought it might be a good time to share our progress on the weapon. I believe we're on the verge of a breakthrough.
Well, don't keep us all in suspense.
Just in case anyone's forgotten, let's start by reviewing what we already know. So, an Ascian is an immortal because its soul doesn't return to the ethereal realm when its host is defeated. Instead, it flees to the place that lies between our world and the void. Therefore, the first step to permanently defeating an Ascian is preventing its soul from making this journey. And if you recall, when we last gathered here, I had verified that white auracite has adequate capacity to entrap the beings, albeit only briefly.
Which left the small matter of their extermination.
Aye. To unmake an Ascian soul, one must needs smite it with a concentrated burst, or blade, of purest ether. However, we wanted for both the data and the means to forge such a weapon.
Short of experimenting on an actual Ascian, you see, there's no way to gauge how much ether its soul is made of. As such, we don't know what etheric density our blade needs to have in order for it to work.
So we'll just have to make the densest blade we can and hope for the best. Though that would require a lot of ether. Hang on a minute! Why didn't we think of this before? White auracite can hold an absolute heap of ether, can't it?
Please tell me you're joking. God's sakes, Ida. I feel as though I'm reliving the same scene over and over with you. How many times do you need to be told that white auracite cannot store ether for long periods? Being intangible matter, ether is given to dispersion. Only in its crystallized form is it a stable source of energy. I will test you later on this, so see to it you do not forget.
Right, yes. It's all coming back to me.
So our hopes rest on good old crystals again, do they? While they are certainly reliable, they leave something to be desired in the area of portability.
Indeed. I am reminded of the quantity of corrupted crystals required to thwart Leviathan, and the extraordinary lengths to which the Lamentsons went to transport them.
What if it should prove that a similar quantity was needed to destroy an Ascian's soul? Or still more?
I do not envy the poor sod who has to lug all of that around on the off chance that an Ascian appears.
That's the very problem we set out to solve, and I reckon we've found the answer. If it isn't practical to lug around the ether we need, we'll just have to draw upon another source. And the only viable source is the land.
If you mean to tap the Great River of Ether, know that it will entail considerable risk. Meddling with the currents may well induce a surge like to the one which despoiled Mordona.
Give me a bit more credit, will you? Why would we need to tap the river when there are veritable reservoirs jutting out all over the land? I speak of corrupted crystals. It might be that their aspect is out of balance, but a crystal's a crystal. It contains ether, and we can help ourselves to it.
While corrupted crystals are indeed abundant, there is no guarantee that they will be in close proximity at a crucial moment.
But what if we don't need them to be? What if we could tap their power from afar? A malm away, say? If we could do that, we'd have ready access to ether aplenty in almost every corner of Eorzea. I've yet to put my theories to the proof, but I've got a good feeling about this. If no one has any objections, I'd like to see where this avenue leads.
If you think it worth your while, you have my blessing. But tell us, what are your theories? I, for one, am most eager to understand the process, however vaguely.
I thought you might say that, but no one wants to listen to boring old theories all day, do they? I know I don't. So with your permission, I'd like to try something a bit more hands-on. I've already built an etheric siphon especially for this purpose, and I've been meaning to try it out. Thing is, the profusion of corrupted crystals in Mordona makes it something of a high-risk testing ground. If anything goes awry with the siphon, it would be better if it didn't happen within spitting distance of quite so much ether. Ideally, I need an isolated specimen. Does anyone know where I can find one?
May I suggest northern Thanalan? There you will find corrupted crystals of middling size, standing a reasonable distance apart. Ideal for your needs, I should have thought. Oh, and if you do elect to visit the place, I should be much obliged if you would assist me in another matter while you are in the area.
Has something happened?
Movement has been observed at Castrum Meridianum. During Operation Archon, the Alliance dealt the stronghold a heavy blow. Its facilities were extensively damaged, and its garrison reduced to a fraction of its former strength. Not long after our forces withdrew, however, their ranks were replenished by reinforcements from Castrum's sentry. They now seek to rebuild, and to this end they have their sights set upon the ceruleum processing plant. Having lost the Empire's support, the 14th Legion lacks the resources to sustain itself. To them, this is a bid for survival, and they will doubtless fight like desperate men. Though I have dispatched the Crystal Braves, I fear their strength alone may not suffice to stay the Imperial assault. I would request the Scion's aid in the defensive effort.
If I didn't know better, I'd say you were trying to inveigle us into fighting your battle with the promise of shiny crystals. Well then, consider me inveigled. I won't lie, the crystals you speak of sound perfect, so the Garleans have to go. Besides, we can't afford to beat about the bush. There's no telling when the Ascians will next appear.
Thine eagerness to hurl thyself into the jaws of danger cometh as little surprise. Exercise due caution, I prithee.
Though you have become a Crystal Brave, you are yet a Scion, Alphino. We could hardly refuse you. Pray, join the Crystal Braves and lend them your support. Thangred and Papalimo shall accompany you. Ida and Yashtola, in the meantime I would have you assist Moonbreeder. Scout out the crystal clusters, that the testing may commence as soon as the Garlean threat has been eliminated.
If it please you, I shall continue mine own experiments on white orosite.
Thank you, Arianger. Everyone, pray see to your preparations and depart as soon as you are able. Go well, and be safe.
All right. Holy crap. It would seem that events have once more conspired to rob us of rest and recuperation. Though I would wish it otherwise, I must ask that you heed straight away to the processing plant. The Fourth have already deployed to the area and await the arrival of the Scions. Wilred will brief you on the developing situation. Meanwhile, I must rendezvous with Captain Ilberd at our headquarters in Uda. I shall take command of our forces there with a lighter heart, knowing that you go to support the front lines. Your duties take you to northern Thanalan, do they not? We too must say our farewells to the Rising Stones for a time. Flamin travels to Ul'dah, and we shall serve as her escort. At my daughter's behest, I go to contact certain old acquaintances in the Gilded City. We are beset on all sides by civil unrest and imperial machinations, threatened by primals and troubled by dragons. We need all the allies we can muster. Many of my friends hold positions of power, you see, and it is my hope that they can be convinced to aid the Scion's cause. If past events have taught us anything, that we know that Orzia must present a united front or we shall fall. Ah, how extraordinary that my little Asilia is involved in such far-reaching affairs. I am proud that I might now stand at her side, not only as a mother, but also as a colleague. A colleague with influential connections, but I fear that Ul'dah has become a place of danger even for one so familiar with her streets. Ah, woe betide the blackguard that so much as glares in your direction, milady. Why are they telling me this? Aha, I shall be protected, it seems. Shall we be on our way then? Like, why are you telling me? I don't give a shit that you guys are going there. I got other things I'm doing. Just wasting my fucking time. Hurry up. Commander Louvier sent word that you'd be coming. A veteran of your talents is most welcome. Not that I don't think we can handle the situation, mind you. I've learned a trick or two since the disaster with the Maldra. But returning to the task at hand. The Flames reconnaissance scouts have reported Imperial soldiers assembling at Raban's push. Such a force is likely interested in only one thing: getting their hands on the resources found here at the processing plant. The Garleans could be marching on us at any time. Pray speak with Lieutenant Edelstein that we might coordinate our counter-strategy. In the meantime, I will inform the others that you have arrived. No doubt it will be welcome tidings. Lieutenant Rabbit, my soldiers yet tells you are in Operation Archon. That we could sit a while and reminisce about old times, but I fear more pressing matters require our attention. The civilian draughtsmen you see have come across several highly suspicious craters within the boundaries of the processing plant. I had my sappers take a closer look, and our worst fears were confirmed. These boxes contain powerful explosive devices of Imperial design no less. By my order, the Flame Station here are conducting a thorough sweep of the compound as we speak. Though it troubles me that we are unable to apprehend the Imperial spy behind this, I have faith that our men will be able to neutralize the threat for now. In the meantime, our scouts bring troubling news on the latest movements of the Imperial army. I would once again ask for your aid. We've been keeping a close eye on that Garlean garrison, and 'twould seem the Imperials have finally begun to mobilize. According to the reconnaissance report that just came in, the squads seen leaving the castrum are too few in number to effectively take and hold our position. They will likely mount a swift assault and focus on the acquisition of resources. I have, of course, also shared this report with the Crystal Braves. They decided to take the field to meet this assault head-on. I have apprised their fellow Scions of the situation, and am heartened to know that they will be joining the effort. Pray report to Lieutenant Alanane and lend your much welcome strength to the counteroffensive. Glad to have you with us, Jack. As I'm sure Lieutenant Edelstein has explained, the Garleans have deployed a small force from Castrum Meridianium. Their main column assembles to the north near Dalamud's Talons, but we've also spied several squads attempting to conceal themselves on the approach to the west. They wish you to rush forth and commit to battle with the main column, leaving the detached force free to raid the plant and pillage supplies. Not much of a strategy, but these are desperate men. Captain Ilbert. Greetings, Scion. I understand that Commander bid you and your fellows come lend a hand to the Braves. With such mighty heroes at its disposal, the force should have little trouble contending with aught the Garleans might throw at them. But even you cannot be everywhere at once. The Third was getting restless holed up in Ul'dah, so I marched them out here to fill any holes in the plant's defenses and add their numbers to your counterattack. The reinforcements are welcome. We've enough soldiers now to divide our own forces and safely engage the enemy far beyond the walls. Aye, it would be best to avoid staging a battle anywhere near this much ceruleum. Let's take this fight to the Garleans. A wise course indeed. I shudder to think of the consequences should any of those storage tanks be exposed to fire. If there are no objections, the Scions should join the Fourth and give battle to this main column. You're with the Third then, Warrior Light. Your job would be to intercept these squads hiding out in the west and prevent them from reaching the processing plant. When you're ready to proceed, report to Lieutenant Iyahase. His scouts should have a rough idea where the Imperials have concealed themselves by now. A pleasure to be fighting at your side once more, Scion. Our operations invariably succeed when you're around, and victories aren't wont to pave the road to greater coin. Now this detached force we've been sent to eliminate has split into smaller squads, the better to conceal themselves within the terrain airabouts, I imagine. Wow. We'll need to split ourselves up as well to cover more ground, and make sure we root out all these would-be raiders. And seeing as you're an army unto yourself, I've assigned you your own areas to scour clean of enemy soldiers. Yes, this will be a simple search and destroy. We'll rendezvous back here, and when the task is done. Happy hunting, Scion. Alright. more fucking shit. Dude. Like, golly. These darn garlands. You seem grim, Scion. I'll take that to mean that between us, more than a few Garleans won't be making it back to the castrum. These Imperials, though, they certainly made us earn our pay. I would be a happy man if I never had to tussle with another of those Magitech horrors. It is time we bid this war-torn land farewell. I will contact the Fourth and let Lieutenant Eliane know the West is now clear. I would appreciate it if you would do the same when you report to Lieutenant Edelstein. Oh, you won't believe what happened, Edelstein. Lieutenant Rabbit, what news of the Garleans? They've been dealt with. Their raiding parties are no more, then. Excellent. The Imagina engineers will be most relieved to hear that the plant is no longer in any immediate danger. Thank you for your assistance. Yeah. You must be anxious for word of your fellow Scions. Lieutenant Eliane has reported a sound victory of the main column and informs me that the Scions have already turned their attention to other duties. All but one, that is, the Rodagan lady with the large axe. 'Twould appear she has chosen to remain at the site of battle. I know not what tasks keep her from returning to civilization, but northern Thanalan is no place to wander alone, even for a capable sort such as her. I would certainly feel better about things if you could check in on her before you continue on your way. Okay.
Hold on, I won't be a second. The beast seemed peckish, so I gave it a taste of my axe. I know. As Urianger never tires of reminding me. An axe ill becometh the hand of a scholar. What can I say? I like axes. To hear my mother tell it, I came into this world holding one. And it's not as if it stopped me picking up a quill, is it? I often think of the man who introduced me to the joys of learning. He's one of the reasons I decided to come to Eorzea. Him and my excruciatingly stiff childhood friend. Considering how unalike we are, it's a wonder we ever got on. The world's a strange old place, isn't it? Aye, that ought to do it. So far, so good. At these concentrations, it shouldn't matter too much if something goes awry. Just enough ether to make it interesting. Did you see that? The way the crystal glowed? The siphon works, I'm happy to say. With a few refinements, it should satisfy our appetite for ether, which just leaves the small matter of forging our blade. I'm not sure how to go about it just yet, but I swear to find a way. I'll put a blade in your hands if it's the last thing I do.
Thank you.
He senses me. A useful talent.
Hanassian, are they onto us?
By your brand, I see you are an Archon of Sharlayan, keeper of knowledge, seeker of truth, meddler.
I don't know what the hell's you're saying, but I don't much like your tone.
Your instincts serve you well. But come, be not unsettled on my account. That lovely brow was not made for frowns. But I waste my breath. Let me direct my words to one who understands them. We meet at last, warrior of light. I am Nabriales. And you have long been a thorn in my side. I suffered the overweening presence of La Habrea that men might host the power of gods, only for you to undo my hard work.
Oh, bugger.
Do settle down. You must concede that I acted in self-defense. But what's this? I do not sense the blessing of light. Oh, dear. Could it be that frail Hydaelyn has forgotten her champion? This I did not foresee. Shorn of light as you are no longer a threat. And better yet, the seal is broken. Now is the time to claim the staff. With it in my grasp, I shall rise above them all and take my place at Lord Zodiac's right hand.
What did that bastard want with us? Nabriales, he calls himself. With charm like that, I'll bet he has maidens falling at his feet. Unconscious. But this staff... You say just talking about it had the bastard grinning like a brat on his name day. Must be quite a staff. Oh, gods. He means Tupsimati, Master Louis Soir's staff.
The one hanging on the wall.
Minfilia's in danger. We have to get back to the Rising Stones.
To the stones. You're here. Master Louis Soir's staff is kept in the solar, isn't it? Quickly now. Let's go, let's go. Why are you talking? Let's go, let's go. Fucking too much talking. Oof.
You two.
So, you were able to divine my intent. What now, warrior of light? Ah, but that name is no longer fitting. You have become decidedly dull, and quite incapable of barring my entry.
What do you mean?
You truly do not know? Then I suppose it is only right that I enlighten you. The blessing of light kept you and your fellow meddlers safe. It was that which prevented my kind from entering your domain. My kind, I say, though it had no power over the likes of Elidibus and La Habrea. Being of this world, they could come and go as they please, while I could only look on. But I need look no longer. Now that the seal is gone, I mean to act. Unlike the others, I am not given to waiting. I shall take that staff and bring about the next rejoining.
Rejoining? Then it was your doing. The Isle of Val, the scholars, all of it.
You will not harm her!
Dang.
Moonbreeder!
Get wrecked.
Why must you insist on forcing my hand? Did you learn nothing from our last meeting? Ah, but I forget. My words fall upon deaf ears.
The staff is but a broken relic, a memorial to the departed. What possible use could you have for it?
What use? You mean to say that all this time you kept the key, never knowing what it was you possessed? The staff Tupsimati, or rather the stone tablet it bears, is host to a great power.
Okay.
Together with the horn, it can be used to draw vast quantities of ether from its bearer's surroundings. How else do you think Louis Soir was able to invoke the power of the 12 without making them an offering of crystals? Summoning requires not only prayer, but a profusion of ether. Even a child knows that.
If I did not know before, you may be certain I do now. But above all, I know that we cannot allow this staff to fall into your hands. I will die before I let you take it.
Your terms are acceptable.
Insufferable woman. I would happily end your miserable life here and now. Alas, Elidibus would never let me hear the end of it. Very well. If you will not part with the staff, I will take you too.
Well, she's been kidnapped.
After them! Quickly! Before the rift closes!
Okay. Now we have more content again. So much story, guys. Crazy. All right. This is just a regular trial, huh? See about getting this. Where were we? The encampment is their forward base and as such a place awash with the soldiers. Without a cunning plan, that is. Just carefully, the Maldra like to stockpile the oil that they use to light their watch fires as such. Seek out the barrels. and tap the drake's head. That is a command for him to spit out a god of flame. The resulting explosion should be enough of a distraction for me to slip in and free the captured Mikote. Once you've freed yourself of angry Amalja, meet us beyond the edge of the camp where the desert begins. Okay. Oh boy. Even riding a drake, you still somehow managed to arrive last. I thought perhaps you had been caught in an explosion and burned to a crisp. A pleasant thought, but apparently not the case. Alua, could that really be you? We had thought you long perished. No, I am sure of it. Your voice is unmistakable. I recall the many days we spent laughing and chatting in the springs. I don't know you or your damnable springs. I am Lunga, a warrior of the Brotherhood of Ash. My people are the Amalja, proud and strong. You have the wrong Mikote. I am heading back to camp. See this hunter safely home before we return to the Ring of Ash. Alright. No escort will be necessary. I'm a hunter of the U tribe. If I cannot cross the sands alone, I do not deserve to return at all. I would, however, have you visit the springs in any case, adventure. There's more to your friend to Ulun than you know. Okay. We meet again, adventurer. I need to tell you that your companion is without a doubt the little loon I used to know. There must be some pressing reason for her subterfuge. Many of our tribe were close with Ulun. They may help you understand why Ulun hides behind the mask and how you might best help her. Help her? She's kind of a dick. I don't know if I want to help her. Of course I knew her. She was my blood sister. We were both daughters of the former, though our mothers were not the same. You find my choice of tense confusing. She is dead, stranger, slain alongside her mother more than 5 years ago. I did not witness the incident myself, but I'll never forget the sudden pain of loss. It's just like a band of Mikotes, okay? Yes, I remember the name. She was a quiet girl, too timid to even slap at the biting desert flies. The lizardmen took her away from us, and for that I shall never forgive them. It is not uncommon to hear of skirmishes between our people and the Amalja. The lizardmen do not respect our territory, and they interfere with our hunts. The desert suffers for their presence. It is said that a hunting party was set upon by the Amalja. Many of my kin have not returned from the sands. Must the tragedies of the past be so faithfully repeated? And now I get to go all the way back. Okay. At least we have these things to do while we wait, so that's good. To an extent. You are late. I might have thought you delayed by a well-wicked worm, but the cloying pity in your eyes tells the tale. Do they mourn for me in Forgotten Springs? Look at me, adventurer. This is an Amalja battle mask, given to me by the war leader himself. It is worn only by those who have chosen the path of the warrior. You likely heard stories from the rangers of how I was taken or killed during an Amalja raid all those years ago. They are right, and they are wrong. I know not how I survived the attack, but it was Hamuja Ga who found me as I stumbled through the desert, barely unconscious and badly wounded. He gazed down upon my battered face and gave me a simple choice: linger here and die, or come with me and fight. It was then that I made the decision to discard my past, my family, my tribe, my very identity. I was reborn into the Brotherhood of Ash, existing for no other purpose but to feed the fires of my vengeance. The mask is a symbol of my resolve. It represents my transformation into an Amalja soldier, strong and proud. I tell you this not to justify my deceit, but to dam the flood of your foolish questions before it begins. Now, stow your unwanted sympathy and make your report to the war leader. Honored ally, with your continued aid, the Brotherhood of Ash will rekindle the glory of our past. As once did our ancestors, we shall forge of steel our bodies and spirits, and great death with honor. To no gods will we beg, nor against the meek raise arms. We are warriors, walkers of the path of righteous battle. We do not kneel to claim our strength. Live by these words, and your soul too shall burn as brightly. Cool. Yeah, recognized reputation. That's cool. Cool. Troubled trader. Not really a pop soon. I think we're close. Which would be good. If we can get this done today with the story beats, then we might, then we should be able to finish out the raids and stuff, and then we'll be on our way. trying to do here? Hard to port. Defeat the amount porter and cover the larger box of crystals. Oh, I didn't pick it up, I guess. Guys that can't stop summoning their primals. Easy. I thought that was gonna form soon. We had someone drop out. I'm ruined. Ruined. Here you go. Take your stuff. On to the next ones. I guess I gotta go check ventures and stuff like that. I mean, I set them for now and all that training. I've been in story for so freaking long. You gotta go through how many more expansions? Brutal. They gotta figure something out other than just forcing people to pay for a story skip. I think if you want to go through the story and do stuff, that's fair, but there's gotta be a way to catch up better. Friend, you must listen. I was just perusing my tombs before when I came across a most fascinating passage. Are you perchance familiar with how baby sylphs are born? Perhaps I can put it in layman's terms. You see, sylphs come into this world in the form of a bulb, not unlike certain types of flora. These bulbs will not sprout into a sylph of their own volition. No, they must first be incubated with a special pod, forming what is known as a podling, and given sufficient warmth and nutrition, then and only then will a newborn sylph emerge. This got me thinking. Those frightful sylphs who accosted me said something about a podling, yes? I didn't put it together then. But surely the chosen one slumbers. Alright, cool. So we gotta go do something with that. And we'll come back. Whew, sweet, got to pop. I think, yeah, we gotta work on these quests. We're finishing. We caught up. We'll be ready to go to Ishgard. Menphilia, I'm coming. I'm gonna save you, girl. Get my healing done. Not really. go. Let's do it. I got you guys. Up it. Nice. Sweet. The end of days beam. We're like fighting in their little throne. Okay, that's neat. What the hell are you, dude? Come over here. dude. Where the fuck are you guys? Why are you guys so far away all the time? I'm not even playing. What the fuck? Was he really just sitting on the edge of the arena? Are we really doing this? Just dying, these people. Oh my goodness. Like, no, it's not happening. Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah, dude. Oh boy. One red. And one physical. You gotta alternate. One red. And not red. One red. And not red. See how they're just getting the same stuff? It's hurting them. And we gotta fucking res all these fucking dudes, man. Okay, I'll fucking res healer. Thought you're supposed to help me out. What's the healer doing? Bro, come on, guys. It'll be alright. Don't want to hit the same ones twice, because that will hurt. See, because that guy, you're a fucking like mentor or something, right? Or a returning player. This dude right here. He's getting all those hits, huh? Okay. Let's see what happens. I think we can do it. I wouldn't stand in there. See how they just die? Only really the tanks can do it. Nope, it ain't gonna happen. Jesus Christ. Oh crap. On you. At least we got through it. And I just got annihilated. Nice. You don't even have your fucking tank stance on. Jesus Christ, man. And you can't tell anybody shit. Remember that. Still believe. Yeah, maybe. None of the DPS are alive. The 2 tanks and 1 healer. Let's see. Support gonna bring it home? You guys got this. Thank goodness. Jeez, I'm out. That was rough. That was rough. You're wearing a Halloween costume. This is funny. Goodbye.
You're safe. Thank the 12.
He's doing the thing. Why didn't you guys trap him or something?
You may have bested me this day, but what of the next? What of all the days to come?
He's still alive.
Remember, light no longer holds sway here. I may return whensoever I wish, again and again and again. Eventually, you will falter, and the staff will be mine. Until next time, Scions.
Yeah, we gotta figure out how to kill these guys, man. They're annoying. Head nod.
There will be no next time. This is the end.
What trickery is this? No. No! Cannot! No!
There we go. So we trapped him, okay.
Use
Now what?
Samati to gather ether. Quickly, before he breaks free!
She said quickly, bro.
Concentrate! Call to mind the time you struck down La Habrea with the Blade of Light. Why won't it work? Is it because we lack the blessing of light?
Damn it. So much ether. And it still isn't enough.
Fools! No mortal prison can contain me! I shall make you pay for your insolence!
Please, Mother Heidelin, hearken to our plea. Lend us your divine light. Why can you not hear us? Do our words no longer reach you?
If only we had a bit more ether.
Moonbreeder, what are you doing?
Master Louisoix, I understand now. The choice you made. In death, there is life. Farewell, Urianger. You damned old coot.
Moonbreeder, no! You mustn't!
What? No! It cannot end! I am eternal! I am immortal!
Apparently not. So did we get one? Finally?
Moonbreeder. She's gone. You did it, my friend. The Ascian is dead.
This sucks.
This device is a legacy of Moonbreeder's toils and sacrifice. I shall hold on to it for safekeeping.
Minfilia, are you all right?
I am.
Oh, we were surveying northern Thanalan when we received the distress call. We returned as swiftly as we were able.
It seems you have everything in hand, however.
What happened here? Where is Moonbreeder?
She gave her life to temper the Blade of Light. I have no words.
Rather than await the inevitable, she took her fate into her own hands.
Does Ariange know?
I mean, of course he probably knows.
My friend, there is something I must tell you.
I heard all, my lady. The moon sinketh, taking her leave of the heavens, yet her passing heraldeth the coming of a new day. Moonbreeder hath fulfilled her destiny, hath she not? Long ago, far across the seas in the Charlayan motherland, Moonbreeder and I did study under the sage tutelage of Master Louisoix. Full oft did he impress upon us that knowledge existeth to serve the greater good. This sentiment, however, was contrary to the nation's policy of neutrality, which censured intercedence in the affairs of foreign lands. In spite of vehement opposition, he founded the Circle of Knowing, and journeyed hither to the heart of Eorzea. Through his noble sacrifice was the realm spared its doom. Yet this great soul, whom all should rightly have honored, was branded a pariah in his own land. His peers did accuse him of forsaking his duty as a man of learning, and of meddling in the course of history. When he left Charlayan behind, Master Louisoix gave no word to signal his intent to Moonbreeder. Close as they were, as master and disciple, she was deeply wounded by the sudden exclusion from his confidence. Above all, however, she was confused. Try as she might, she could ill comprehend her master's motive. The slanders that were heaped upon him after his passing served only to inflame the turmoil within her. For years upon end, she knew not what to believe. Torn as she was twixt the man whom she revered and the man who forsook her and his duty both.
The Louisoix I knew would never forsake his duty, much less one of his own.
This I know full well, my lady. 'Twas not for want of love that Master Louis Soir hid his intent. He but desired that Moonbreeder discover her own path, free of the shadow of his influence. Long did I contemplate revealing the truth to her, and long did I hold my peace. After all, was it not Master Louis Soir's wish that she come to the truth unaided? I told myself it was, and resolved to let her suffer. Knowingly did I deny my friend the comfort she craved. And now she hath gone to her rest, with doubt still in her heart. Speakest thou in earnest? Did Moonbreeder truly come to understand Master Louis Soir's will before the end?
She said so as much.
The realization hath set her free. She may now find the peace which hath for so long eluded her. Oh, Moonbreeder, my dearest, how I shall miss thee.
Moonbreeder gave her life that we might possess the means to defeat the Ascians. Her sacrifice must not be in vain. Let us continue her work on the Blade of Ether and see it to completion.
My lady, I would mourn Moonbreeder in mine own way. I beg your permission to return to the Waking Sands.
Of course, my friend. Take all the time you require. We shall be here should you have need of us.
I mean, I barely knew her, so I mean, not really give a shit. Sorry. I mean, I barely knew you. Alright. Never have I seen Urianger so utterly defeated. No one should be made to suffer such grief. We shall gather in the Charlayan Manor to celebrate Moonbreeder's life and mourn her passing. Okay. Awkward for me. I don't really know her. As Moonbreeder was a native of Charlayan, I feel it is only fitting that we gather before the Mark of the Scholar. Are you familiar with the stone? It is a monument found at Ratherfrost, and is sacred to Thalia, guardian deity of the City of Learning. There shall we pray for our dearest friend's soul, and bid her a peaceful return to the light of the Mother Crystal. Okay. It's just so sad. Ugh. Alright. Don't worry, I'm almost there, buddy. We're gonna do those raids. I swear, we're almost through this crap. They had me going to a funeral for a woman that I barely knew. Fantastic. For me, in real life, I probably wouldn't go.
Forgive me, Moonbreeder. Had I been quicker or wiser... But I was not, and you paid the price. But you would not suffer us to wallow in our sorrow, would you? You would tell us to pick ourselves up and get on with it. And so we shall. We shall defend this realm and her people to the last.
Oh, this guy.
Life for death. A fair exchange. Other bargains will be struck.
Sorry about your loss, guys. We have said our farewells. The pall of sadness has diminished but little. Forgive me as antecedent. 'Tis my job to be the pillar of strength for all others to lean upon. Yet I also believe the grief we feel now is precious in its own way and not to be lightly swept aside. Do you not agree, Jack? I think I'm the wrong person to ask. I tend to get over things very quickly. 'Tis as if a dagger has been thrust into mine breast. But 'tis a pain we must learn to bear if we are to forge ahead with our duty. The battles we have fought have taken the lives of so many. Louisoix, Moonbrida, our fellows at the Waking Sands. Their spirit and dedication to our cause, however, will never be lost as long as we rise to fight once more. I hardly need remind you of this, of course. 'Tis for my own benefit that I repeat these words, a reaffirmation of mine own chosen path. If I do not rebuild the foundation of my resolve, I am like to collapse in a fit of weeping. My apologies again, Jack. There is no other to whom I could display such weakness. You are my pillar of strength, and I fear I shall have need of your steadfast presence in the days to come. I mean, you guys haven't stopped needing me, making me do all sorts of crap, so. A victory won, a comrade lost. To honor the fallen, the living forge ever on, towards the light of a new day. Have you a moment, Jack? I believe Ida wished a word with you. I should consider it a personal favor if you would lend a sympathetic ear to her troubles. She has not been herself since Moonbrida's passing, and my heart aches to see her so downcast. Hey, it's Jack. Great. Oh, it's no use. I'm trying to stay positive, but it's just hard, you know? The thing is, I know Moan would tell me off if she saw me moping around like this, which is why I decided to cheer myself up by getting her a special flower. I placed an order for a moon daisy with Rowena a little while ago, and it's ready to be picked up. The trouble is, I find Rowena a bit difficult at the best of times, and well, this isn't one of them. I know it's silly, but I just can't face it at the moment. So I was wondering, do you think we could maybe collect it for me? I have the coin to pay for the flower right here. Yeah, let me do your fucking busy work. Thank you so much. I'll be waiting for you and the daisy at Rathaforest. Okay, I like how you shit on my shoulder. Alright, here we go. She can't face you because she's so fucking emotional, I guess. Wouldn't the gesture mean less if you don't put in all the effort to make the gesture mean something? Such as picking up the flowers, coming to do it, facing your own fears over, you know, to show support for your friend that died over your own fucking concerns and feelings. Like, wouldn't that make you a better friend or better in memory for a person? It's my bro opinion. They got you running errands now. Them scions really know how to make the most of their talents, don't they? That's what I'm saying. Sending the savior of Orza to the bleeding market. Find use of your time, that is. That's what I'm saying. Seriously, though, you'd best learn how to say no or they'll have you mucking out in Chocobo Stables next. Anyway, what was it you were here to pick up? The moon daisy, was it? Here then, take it. And tell that Eda lass I've got a wide selection of headwear in stock if she ever decides to replace that dowdy old mask of hers. God knows she needs to. I mean, people wear what they want to wear. You know, whatever. Now she wants me to take it for her too, right? So. Rowena can be so annoying. Ah, you're telling me how people can be annoying. She just will not take no for an answer. Every time I visit her, she insists I replace my visor with something more fashionable. And when I tell her I like it just fine the way it is, she says it again and then again and then again. It drives me crazy. What I mean to say is I really appreciate you doing this for me. So anyway, let's see it. Come on, Brita loved these things, you know. I hope that somewhere, somehow, she still knows I'm thinking of her. I'm sure she does. Yeah.
I'll never forget you, Moon. None of us will.
The song riseth to a crescendo.
Those are dragons. They're on the move.
Is that what I think it is?
Hello, can you hear me? We have received grave tidings from Ishgard. Pray return to the Rising Stones at once.
My apologies for the interruption. I was deeply saddened to learn of Mumbrida's passing. Her loss will be sorely felt. Alas, recent developments in Ishgard leave us little time to mourn. The envoy from Korthus will soon arrive. We must hasten to hear her report. The envoy is here? I thank you for receiving me at such short notice. Time is of the essence, so I would forego the usual pleasantries, if I may. Certainly you can come with news of the Dravanians. Aye, the dragons have begun their attack in earnest. The first wave reached the central highlands a short while ago, and battle was joined soon thereafter. Sir Emmerich himself sallied forth with a contingent of temple knights and several companies of the noble house's finest. Though the beasts were ultimately forced into retreat, our victory, if such it may be called, came at a cost of many of our own. Too many. We will not withstand a second wave should the Dravanians renew their assault. You paint a grim picture, my lady. It is reinforcements you seek, then. We do, though it pricks our pride. It is plain we cannot protect Ishgard with our ranks thus thinned by the Horde. Sir Emmerich would meet with you to discuss the possibility of enlisting your aid. Very well. I shall depart for Korthus at once. I must warn you, however, that the involvement of the Crystal Barriers is by no means assured. Our commitment to quelling the unrest in Ul'dah must take precedence. It is with such contingencies in mind that I must make another request. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are known for sharing close ties with all three of the grand companies of Eorzea. Would you consent to plead our case to their leaders? Though I would gladly appeal to the grand companies on your behalf, I dare not promise a favorable reply. You need not say more. Considering our past dealings with the Eorzean Alliance, I can well imagine how our plea will be received. But the fate of Ishgard hangs in the balance. We must explore every avenue still open to us, no matter how unpromising. I see. Very well. I shall send envoys to each of the allied nations and have them present your request directly to the heads of the grand companies. In the event that your plea does receive a favorable answer, know that any support is certain to be conditional. Demands will be made of Ishgard. That is the only to be expected. Rest assured that I speak with Sir Emmerich's authority in this matter, and that our actions are fully sanctioned by the Holy See. Which brings me to my final request. A personal appeal to you, Warrior of Light. The Lord Commander much desires to speak with you, regardless of your fellow's involvement. You faced Midgardsormr and survived. Anything you could share of your experience may yield us an advantage over our foe. Alright, I will do. Thank you. You wear the mantle of a hero well. It would seem the road leads us both to Camp Dragonhead. Seek me out when you arrive, Jack.
The sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. Only then will the cycle be broken. Brothers and sisters of the heavens, we raise our voices and join you in the chorus.
Did you just destroy their force field?
The sinner's feeble magics are undone. Yep. Come, claim your retribution.
Oh, I sold my bone chips. It seems I was the swifter, Jack. You too, however, have arrived with time to spare, for our host has yet to make an appearance. The murmurings about camp tell of some manner of trouble at the gates of judgment. In the Lord Commander's absence, I suggest we visit the place and find out what is afoot. Okay. The gates of judgment are much more than mere doors. They are the outermost layer of Ishgard's magical wards. It's our first line of defense can be easily shattered. And what are we in for? Yeah, dude, it's coming, bro. They're pissed. These dragons do not like you. When I laid eyes upon Lady Iceheart, I felt the marrow freeze within my bones. Heretic scum! How dare they meddle with our divine protections? I shall rid our nation of their blasphemy, even if it means cutting them down one by one. We need not fret overmuch. There are yet several layers of arcane protection that shield the city from invasion. Mother will be fine. My apologies. We chanced to hear that there had been trouble at the gates and thought it prudent to investigate the cause. Then you have learned of the heretic's treachery. Lady Iceheart led a force of her followers against our defenders and came close enough to dispel the first of our wards. But let us speak more of this back at camp. Sir Emmerich awaits you. That's crazy. Lady Iceheart has grown bold indeed if she would risk direct action against the city. Come, let us do as we were bid and return to Camp Dragonhead. Lord Hashafant would know where Sir Emmerich means to receive us. Yeah, man, this is getting wild, bro. But at the same time, like, how are you gonna expect Eorzea to come to help you out when you guys have been fucking dicks? Because you've just been interested in this fight for yourself. Like, you can't really treat people that way and then just come ask for help. But I guess it gives an opportunity for really good people to show that they're really good people. I think it's dumb. "'Tis reassuring indeed to behold the countenance of a friend when one's homeland teeters upon the very brink of disaster. Though a single misstep could send us plunging into the abyss, your heroic presence stokes the flames of courage within my heart. But you do not come to Dragonhead to listen to my prattling. The Lord Commander has arrived and would treat with you in the intercessory." So basically that place next door, right? So I could have just gone there. Thank you for coming with such haste, and apologize for my absence. Suffice it to say, Lady Iceheart and her heretics have much to answer for. Yes, we are but recently returned from the gates of judgment ourselves. Given the circumstances, we quite understand if you would prefer to postpone our appointed audience. On the contrary, Master Alphino, I think it more important than ever that this meeting take place. Rest assured, I shall return to my post on Ishgard's walls the moment our business is concluded. Before we move on to the subject of reinforcements, however, I would introduce you to a close friend and stalwart ally, Estinian. Another person? Okay, who's this? That's Horshaphant. Oh. That's the Dragoon. May I present to you Ishgard's Azure Dragoon. Okay. An impressive title, though I confess I know precious little of the Order of Dragoons. They are formidable warriors all, yet even among such masters of the lance, Estinian is without equal. He, out of all the warriors of Ishgard, has chosen to wield the power of dragons, and may thus contend with any Dravenian. You flatter me overmuch, Lord Commander. So, you are the adventurer of whom they spoke. I see now why my blood fares sang in anticipation of our meeting. Well, now that we have all been introduced, let us proceed to the matter at hand. I would share with you what we have learned of Iceheart's design, as confessed by the heretics taken captive after the assault on the gates. It would seem that Lady Iceheart and the Dravenians share a common goal, the reclamation of Nidhogg's soul and eye. Nidhogg? One of the 7 great worms? His name features prominently in your Haitian's history, though once defeated by the hero Haldrath, the beast is said to have terrorized Korthus since Ishgard's founding. Aye, many are the scars our walls bear from Nidhogg's relentless efforts to raise the city. The trophy Haldrath plucked from the bested worm's skull, known simply as the Eye, is a treasured relic of Ishgard and one possessed of untold power. Should it ever be returned to Nidhogg, the dread creature would be restored to the height of his strength, and then no wall or ward we could erect would be stout enough to deny him. My vengeful son hath waged war against Ishgard for 1,000 years. No mortal mind could comprehend the depths of his rancor. The Eye itself is secreted deep within the vault. It is kept under heavy guard, surrounded at all times by men and women who have proven their loyalty to the Holy See. But though stout walls and sharp blades may suffice to discourage the heretics, the dragons are another matter. There are individuals within the Dravanian horde with whom an entire company of knights would labor to repel, to say nothing of Nidhogg himself. Nor does age rob them of their strength. Through the endless march of years, the dragons endure, patient, calculating, inexorable. You must understand these creatures do not share our perception of time. And that is especially true of the great worms, who spend centuries in slumber only to wake and resume their campaign as if mere hours had passed. It had been 20 years since Nidhogg last darkened our skies. 20 years for him to gather his strength, and for us to bolster our defenses. And now, just as he seems primed to return, the heretics strike at the gates. You believe that Lady Iceheart is in league with the creature, then? Of that we cannot be certain. Though we know the heretics covet the Eye, we have been unable to determine their plans for it. Such questions aside, we must needs address that ragged hole their mistress has seen fit to rend in Ishgard's protections. 'Tis a weakness the Dravanians are not like to leave untested. So it would seem, you have described your plight in an admirable detail, Lord Commander, yet I cannot help but wonder at your candor. Why share such sensitive information with us? I shall speak plain. Ishgard has need of allies, and I would have you bolster our front lines in readiness for the coming battle against the dragons. Okay. This much I expected. Unlike our arrangement concerning the Keeper of the Lake, however, only you stand to benefit from our assistance in this matter. I fail to see why we should intervene in a conflict which concerns only Ishgard and Dragavania. When the Eorzean Alliance requested Ishgard's assistance during Operation Archon, you refused us. Does it not seem grossly unjust to demand that we now risk our lives in your private war? I make no attempt to defend my country's conduct. I only ask that you consider what would follow were Ishgard to fall. Having razed our city to the ground, the Horde would have little cause to linger and most would return to their lairs in Dravania. Soon thereafter, the ruins of Korthus would be buried in snow, and the land would become the sole province of beast and beastmen. Until the Garlean's arrival, that is, for you may be certain that the Empire would not hesitate to claim Korthus. It would not even have to draw steel. True. An imperial province sharing a border with Mordona. 7 hells. Very well, we will assist you in repelling the dragons. The roar of a great worm may have shaken the firmament, but we of Eorzea would not abandon our Asgardian brothers to face the coming horde alone. Nor did I ever think you would. Now, upon the matter of the roar. Allow me, Sir Emmerich. Through the power of the Eye, I have become the vessel of Nidhogg's strength. His essence has stolen into my very blood. Fear not, I am in full control of my faculties, I assure you, and the Eye itself is of no relevance to this tale. It is not essential that I bear it with me wheresoever I go. Its lingering influence does, however, allow me to hear Nidhogg's voice. Then the worm who roared? Was Nidhogg, yes. He means to hurl his horde against Danafin's collar and shatter the remaining wards that protect the city. There can be no doubt the worm has summoned his minions to war. Alright. Though the circumstances are far from ideal, this desperate endeavor will at least provide us an opportunity to bring the sister states of Eorzea together in common cause. Sir Emmerich was more ruthless in his negotiations than I had anticipated. I suppose one must give no quarter when one's home is at stake. But did you see the look on his face when he formally requested our assistance? Though the Lord Commander has long campaigned for Ishgard to open its gates to outsiders, I suspect this softening of the Holy See's attitude towards foreign cooperation comes as something of a bittersweet victory. The days ahead promise to be interesting indeed. If we are to aid the Ishgardians in this war of theirs, preparations will have to be made, and soon. Before proceeding, however, we must needs return to the Rising Stones and make our report to the Antecedent. Right.
Alphino, it is good to see you. Tell me, what have you learned?
Pray summon the others. Everyone must hear my report.
So this was all but a taste of what's to come.
Indeed. The main host advances upon Ishgard as we speak.
Whose vaunted defenses have been nullified.
Shorn of its wards, the city will bear the full force of Nidhogg's fury.
All those people.
Alphino is right. The Dravanians cannot be allowed to prevail. If Ishgard falls, all of Eorzea will suffer the consequences.
Then you agree that we have no choice but to intervene. For the good of the realm, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn and the Crystal Braves must join the defense of Ishgard.
Let there be no ambiguity about what has been proposed. We would be directly intervening in the war. But if all here believe the cause to be just, then to war we shall go. The path
Right.
we now embark upon is perilous, but I pray you will walk with us to the end.
Yeah, just stop having me run errands, dude.
For those we have lost, for those we can yet save.
Then it is settled. I shall inform the Council of our intentions and request that they contribute their own forces to the defense of Ishgard.
I have bid the Archons travel to their assigned nations. Should the members of the Alliance agree to pledge Grand Company soldiers to Ishgard's cause, our comrades will be on hand to act as intermediaries for the duration of the conflict. The small matter of persuading the Alliance leaders to grant such support, I leave to Alphino. For you, my friend, a different task awaits. I would have you reach out to your fellow adventurers and gather what allies you may for the coming siege. I would also have you consider the matter of our own security. Revenant's Toe is but a short flight from the snowfields of Corthus. It is not unimaginable that the fighting may spill across the border. Pray brief Slaffborn on the brewing conflict and discuss potential contingencies. The frontier settlers must be prepared for aught that might wing its way over to our walls. I only hope that such precautions prove unnecessary. But before you leave, might I suggest that you have Tataru accompany you? She has a talent for administration and a firm grasp of the practical challenges we may encounter. Hey, Tataru. We are rather close to Corthus, aren't we? We best see to our own defenses and take stock of our supplies. We'll also need to have beds and bandages laid out just in case. A good receptionist is ready for any eventuality. Let's go, Jack. I have 101 things to discuss with Slaffborn. Alright. Good old Slaffborn, huh? I appreciate the warning. If war is coming to Corthus, then the toll must be made ready. I'll increase the number of patrols and lookouts immediately. I'll also see about finding room for an infirmary as well as temporary housing for victims of the conflict. Ishgard has done well by us in the past, and I would return the favor. But as for rounding up volunteers for the fighting itself, I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I will not send my fellow guild members to die on Ishgardian soil, and I'm certain headquarters will feel the same. There will be no official Adventurers Guild presence at this siege. That said, each adventurer is of course free to do as he or she will. I shall have word with some of my more capable colleagues on your behalf, and you might try your luck here in Revenant's Toll. I dare say there are a few stout souls about town who will answer your call to arms. Let's get started, shall we? We have a town to rouse. Okay. Would you like to join the cause? Spare me your talk of glory and fame. I'm not in the habit of volunteering for lost causes. I've survived this long by trusting my instincts, and my instincts tell me to stay well away from Ishgard. That's fair, man. They suck, dude. They don't have anything to do with us. Why would you come and help them out? Fuck them. What's up? Ishgard sounds like she's in a right mess, but that ain't what I wanted to talk to you about. I need you to cast your mind back to that scuffle with the Empire out by the processing plant. A lad from Little Alamigo by the name of Wilred was there with the fort that day, and I want to know if you've seen him since. Have you? God damn it, I feared as much. No one's bloody seen him. It's like the ground opened up and swallowed him whole. But that ain't all. Around the time Wilred stopped turning up for duty, then black market weapons went missing from our vault in Ul'dah. So now, of course, half the Braves suspect the lad of making off with the goods. Folk like to believe our company's disciplined fighting force, but as you and me both know, it's more than a motley crew of mercenaries, adventurers, and Grand Company veterans. The only thing is bind us together is some vague oath and fighting for the freedom of all. That and a steady pay. Now, compared to most others in this crew, Wilred's a fresh-faced novice, a bleeding whelp among the wolves. But the boy's got passion. And when he talked about being a guardian of Eorzea, he bloody well meant it. A lad like him wouldn't rob us blind and bugger off like that. He ain't the type. And this is just between you and me, mind. There's the fact that the lad wanted to tell me about something queer he'd noticed in the ledgers, something about the Braves' numbers not adding up. And there's a villain at the end of this trail I've stumbled upon, and I'll bet me good eye it ain't young Wilred. Any road, we've got a war to rage, so I'll let you get on. I just thought someone should know. I'll be seeing you, Jack. So Ishgard seeks sellswords to bolster his ranks, huh? Though I'm not sure I like the sound of this siege, those nobles will surely be generous with their rewards. But I pledge myself to guard Revenant's Toll. Modest work though it is, I am loath to break the terms of my contract. What to do? Volunteer my services in the defense of Ishgard? I think not. Dragons claim the lives of every one of my brothers. I do not mean to offer them mine. It was to escape such a fate that I took upon the mantle of adventure in the first place. And I would sooner die in the pursuit of fortune than huddle behind an icy wall. Damn, nobody wants to help these people. Oh, okay. Sell me blade to the Ishgardians. Well, them dragons are a fearsome lot, but I'd slay me fair share if the coin was good. I've worked for one of them knights before, you know. Watched me like a bloody hawk, he did. Still, I put up with worse than that for a heavy purse. Nice. Oh, wait, we got like one, right? So that's better than nothing. There you are, Jack. So, did you sway any hearts? One or two, eh? Well, add it to mine, that makes 3 or 4, not including Slaffborn's friends. We won't have the largest company in the army, but I'd say one Revenant's Toll veteran is worth a dozen clanking knights, at least. Oh, I've been so caught up with the recruiting that I almost forgot there's been word from Alpha now. Apparently, the Alliance leaders are convening in Ul'dah to discuss Ishgard's plight, and they requested your presence as usual. Anyway, you best make your way to Ul'dah or you'll be late. Alphino said that he would meet you on the Royal Promenade. Okay. Now we gotta go be present for this thing. Like we're all gonna come together to decide to help Ishgard after they were basically telling us to go fuck ourselves. Are you serious? Are we really gonna go help these people out? I mean, it is probably the right thing to do, but it's gotta come with some steep prices or something, some heavy consequences. There has to be some loyalties that are made or something. Then if they just decide not to show up when Garler mode attacks, right? My apologies for calling you away from your task. I had hoped to proceed with these negotiations one leader at a time, but it seems my urgent request for an audience have prompted a gathering of the council. Needless to say, I felt obliged to attend. The Alliance leaders are already seated within. Let us join them, shall we?
We are well aware of Ishgard's dilemma, and we agree with your assessment.
Then I trust there are no objections to the Crystal Brave's intervention.
Ul'dah has none.
Gridania does not object.
Okay.
The Crystal Braves are yours to command, Alphino. Do what you will. We shall pray for your success.
Thank you.
It was my hope that you would offer more substantial aid than prayer. I know it is within your means.
Do not presume that you have knowledge of our every concern. The Garleans and the Beast Tribes are but two of many. We are not in a position to contribute greatly to the defense of Ishgard, not when our own homes are still under siege.
We dare not leave our interests in Cartano undefended as well. Teleji Adeleji and his ilk would seize control of the territories in our absence.
The enemy is at their gates, and you would cower behind yours?
No one is cowering, boy. We will offer what support we can.
Aye, support. A handful of men and no more.
Would that we could commit more than a token force to this cause. Yet there are others to whom you might turn. The free companies ever want for work.
Ah, yes. The free companies. They're not like to turn you down.
I beg your pardon? You would entrust the survival of Ishgard to sell swords? Crises like these are the very reason why this alliance was formed. It is our duty to aid our fellow man.
Yeah, but where were they?
My duty is to my country and my people. If you expect us to place the welfare of a foreign power above our own, you're going to be sorely disappointed. Lest you doubt, Limsa comes first, then the Alliance, and finally, circumstances permitting, Ishgard and the rest. If you cannot understand so simple a concept, then you have no place at this table.
Forgive me, Admiral. I was careless in my choice of words.
I suggest you assemble a party of elite adventurers, assuming you haven't already. Your fellows served us well during Operation Archon. I dare say they will do so again. If I may, Your Grace, I wish to propose a redistribution of forces. If we entrust the security of Uldar to the Brass Blades for a time, we can dispatch a larger force to Ishgard. Your Grace?
Yes. Yes, of course. Do what you will.
What's with you?
Is Her Grace not feeling well?
To the best of my knowledge, Her Grace is in perfect health.
I see. Carry on.
No tents there. Once again, I owe you an apology. Seems you have been conscripted into leading a contingent of adventurers on yet another mission of inestimable danger. But I fear we have been left with little alternative. We cannot well abandon Lord Hashafat and Sir Emmerich to their fate. We must abide by the Council's decision, as short-sighted as it is, and strive to fulfill our roles as Eorzea's guardians. Captain Overd, what news? Then the assault has begun. We have but this moment concluded our audience with the Alliance leaders. Move our forces into position. Your unit would join House Durader at the Steel Vigil. Man the cannons along with the knights, and thin the Devranian horde ere they descend upon Ishgard. I would join you as soon as I am able. Jack, I would have you and your fellow and your adventure allies bolster the defenses at the Steps of Faith. Report first to Sir Marcelin at the Gates of Judgment, and he would direct you to where you are needed most. May the gods grant you victory. Grant us victory. Okay. Now we gotta go back to... Man. Getting pretty tense. I don't know, Alphino seems to overstep, though. He's a kid, right? Aren't they these, like... Aren't they like little... Like, not little kids, but... Like a teenager or something. They're young. I guess he's gotta learn... Came as fast as I can. You are the appointed captain of the Sellsword contingent. Then welcome. There is no shortage of blade work to be done. As we speak, Dravanian skirmishing parties are harrowing positions across the Central Highlands. I've assigned the Crystal Braves and your fellow adventurers to contain these scattered attacks, and for the present, I would have you join them. This is, of course, merely a precursor to the assault on Ishgard proper. The wily serpents seek to divide and confuse our forces, but we will not be so easily drawn out of position. The Temple Knights will remain on the Steps of Faith and continue our preparations when the Horde arrives in force. They shall face a wall of Ishgardian steel. Report back to me once their advanced skirmishers are slain. Alright. Oh man, we're almost there. And once it's time to join Heaven's Ward, then we can tackle all these raids. So hopefully we can get the people. Dragons. Horde runners. They look like wasps. Gotta keep moving. Okay. That can be up north. They're just not gonna attack me. Alright. I punched him. Oh, Horde Commander, huh? And now we just have to go back. Took care of them on two fronts. See where they need help next. Yeah, I always dig this music. Alright, I was able to take care of him, Marceline. What news, adventure? The reinforcements? Decimated, you say? Dravenian devils, damn their scaly hides. Hold fast to your grief and fury, sir. We will avenge the deaths of your fellows in the battles to come. Steps of faith. Ere you commit yourself to the siege, you should know what it is. What it is you are tasked with defending. Beyond the gates of judgment lie the steps of faith, a great bridge of stone that leads directly into the city of Ishgard. More than simply a means to cross the sea of clouds, the bridge serves as a foundation for the arcane wards that form the barrier we call Danafin's Column. Alas, in dispelling the barrier's outermost layer, that thrice-damned witch Iceheart stripped the bridge of its protection, and thus are the dragons now able to land unhindered upon the steps of faith. Should the Dravenians succeed in destroying the remainder of the wards, the winged devils will be free to swarm within the city itself. Needless to say, we cannot suffer that to happen. It should be our task as defenders to prevent any harm from coming to those parts of the bridge, wherein the wards are sealed. 3 yet remain, and we have dispatched our forces accordingly. I would ask you and your comrades to accompany our defenders at the outermost ward. I should hope that includes us as well, yes? Who dat? Hey, what's up, guys? Ask you to join. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn. We could not well stand idly by while the horde threatens the good people of Ishgard. Indeed, to do otherwise would go against all that Master Louis Swa has taught us. As for where we may be of most assistance, I think it prudent we divide into 2 groups. Ida and I would join the rear guard. Right. And if the dragons should reach us, we'll be sure to give them what for. Thank you, all of you. Pray speak with me again when your preparations are complete and together. We shall stand against the horde. Head nods. I'm Wanna fight dragons now? We're gonna be fighting dragons? That's cool. Claim victory this day, or Ishgard falls. Accept the fear into your heart and defend this bridge. We got this. So stay out of the middle. Alright, gotcha. I don't think that it hits them with that shield. I think they have to be in a party. Sword armored dragon. That looks like that thing at the steel vigil. Everyone fall back. Fall back now. And we move. Okay.
Aoife, to me.
Alright, here we go. Surprised this is not like a trial. Fireball. Nice. Barrier is falling. It was shattered. That's not good. We gotta fall back again. Wait, we're not gonna kill those guys? I'm just supposed to stay here. Regroup with the rear guard. They mean to defeat us with sheer numbers and hurt them. Pretty interesting looking one. Horde Transcendent, so he's like a little more powerful. So those are going to move in that direction. Oh boy, that's another one. Alright, we gotta move. Are we gonna be able to do this? They're really breaking through these barriers. That's a huge shield. And we're gonna be able to make it? What's up, Estinian? I figured you'd be here. Spirit that keeps the Holy See, even if it should cost us everything, they cannot be suffered to pass. Goes. Damn this Inferno heat. You got this, girl. Just gotta keep pushing the same button. We got this. You got 65. You got this. Don't give up, Lucia. We're almost there. Nice. You did it. The dragons. They're withdrawing. Victory is ours. One of Nidhogg's greatest champions slain. The Horde will not soon recover from this blow. But what of Nidhogg? Why did you not join your minions and make of this battle a slaughter? Have you grown so fond of the stench of your lair? Mayhap you prefer to have your allies fight your battles for you. You have a girl to do your bidding now, do you not? No matter, I shall slay Iceheart and all the rest. But I yearn to spill the blood of a great worm, Nidhogg, and only your death will sate my lance. Ooh. Nice. Jack, the dragons are routed. Lest you wonder, the fighting at the Steel Vigil was also fierce, but my crystal braves were not found wanting. Hey, what's up, man? Commander Livier, Jack, true to your word, you arrived to aid us in our hour of need. On behalf of the Holy See and the people of Ishgard, I offer you my humble thanks. Though I would stay and lavish you with well-deserved praise, I fear I must away to oversee the aftermath of the siege. Not all the dragons are fled, and there are yet wounded to be carried from the field. Pray, let us meet anon, that I might express my thanks with the proper courtesy. Did it. We have indeed achieved a victory of singular importance. With the Dravanian horde thus weakened and scattered, the threat to Ishgard has been greatly diminished. And mayhap equally significant, the Holy See must now recognize the necessity of cooperation with foreign powers. Long have they barred their gates against the outside world, but I am confident that the day will soon come when Ishgard proclaims itself a member of the Eorzean Alliance once more. Much have we sacrificed in our struggles against dragons and primals, the Ascians and the Empire, but step by unfaltering step we march ever nearer to our goal. And as ever, the journey is made with you in the van. The victory you have won this day gives us greater hope for the morrow. 'Tis a hope that shall sustain us in the days to come, and bear us past the many evils that yet seek to hinder our progress. Yes, we have done well, my friend, and I for one would take a moment to savor the enormity of our achievement. Yeah, we did a good job. The demands of duty, however, allow me little time for levity. I must accompany Captain Ilberd back to Uda and reassign those braves whose squad suffered heavy losses. You, my friend, have earned a rest at the Rising Stones. Pray return to Revenant's Toe and share your tale with Minfilia in person. We will see to informing the other nations of what took place here. Do be sure to give our regards to Minfilia. We'll head back now. Jack, welcome back. Alphano sent word of the siege, and of course, of the role you played in ending it. Your deeds never cease to amaze me, Jack. Thank you. You must be wary, Jack, and now may very well be your only chance to... What now? Antecedent. Hey, Tataru. A messenger from Uda arrived with a missive for you. The royal seal. Curious indeed. Ah, an invitation. On behalf of the Council of the Eorzean Alliance, Her Royal Majesty Nanamo Unamo invites the Scions of the Seventh Dawn to attend a feast at the Royal Palace of Ul'dah in honor of Ishgard's recent victory. It would seem we are to be recognized for our part in lifting the siege, you for your valiant efforts as commander of the Adventurers contingent, and the Archons for their earnest attempts to rouse the city-states. Truly, I find it strange that the Alliance leaders should think themselves deserving of a place at such a celebration. All three refused to deploy their standing armies, preferring to send hastily assembled companies of sellswords, many of whom perished ere the siege began. Are they truly so brazen as to seek to share in the glory of your triumph? Ah, but mayhap they simply seek a pretext to meet with the Ashgadians while their mood is yet jubilant. Such an occasion would present a fine opportunity to press for Ishgard's return to the Eorzean Alliance. We have scarce had time to mourn Munbrida, and I, for one, am in no mood to carouse. But I suppose we must put away our grief for the good of the realm. Though you were promised rest, I fear I must insist that you also attend. It would be strange celebration indeed if the victorious hero were not present. Pray content yourself with the thought that such occasions may bring about momentous change, and this without recourse to bloodshed. Tataru, if you would do me the favor of contacting the rest of the Scions. Of course, Antecedent. And please let me know if there's anything else I could do. Curious. I have never known Tataru to sigh at such requests. Could aught be amiss? Let me guess, you're gonna have me go ask her. Yeah. Taro is conspicuous by her absence. Taro, I believe she just stepped outside. Now that I think on it, she did seem rather preoccupied. What are you doing, Tataru? Oh, there she is. Oh, Jack, it's you. I didn't mean to worry anyone. It's nothing, really. Well, it's not nothing exactly, but it feels like nothing compared to the towering trials you and the others face every day. And that's why I should probably talk to Minfilia before things get any worse. You always know what to say, Jack. I'm glad we had this little chat. I didn't say anything. You went through all that all on your own. So they got me to leave and then come back in and then leave. Because they have to reload the area, but they can't load it while you're in there. Yes, Sataru? You have my undivided attention. I've been hesitant to broach the subject, but with all the recent excitement, but Jack made me realize that there's no time like the present, and time is what I'm here to ask you for. I'm not sure I understand. If you wish to be excused from your duties for a time, then you have certainly earned the rest. But I suspect that lying abed is far from your intent. You know me too well, antecedent. There is, in fact, something I've been wanting to try my hand at. Along with the adventurers in the Crystal Braves, the Scions are constantly being thrown into dangerous battles and deadly predicaments. Even Hori Boulder and Coltonet have been promoted from guard duty to fill our need for competent warriors. And so it seems only right that I too shall acquire the power to defend myself, and others more importantly. When I return, I shall be both your receptionist and your bodyguard. Whoa, hey! This guy. That's the first time I've almost been knocked to the ground by a Lalafell. I've never seen Mr. Taru so determined. His aught befell with which I might help antecedent. Ah, not at present, thank you. Was there something you would ask of me? Ah, yes. Pray excuse my distraction. An adventurer who was to join us for escort duty was injured while out on patrol. I fear we cannot properly defend the scholars entrusted to our protection without the aid of at least one more guard. Therefore, I humbly request that another adventurer of the capable kind, of course, be assigned to our party. Very well, I shall consider the potential candidates and provide you with a replacement as soon as I am able. My thanks, antecedent. I take my leave from you. The power to defend oneself? Tataru has ever been full of surprises. Now that I think on it, I do recall Uranger mentioning that she had developed an interest in Arcanima. Mayhap she hopes to gain admittance to the Arcanist Guild in Limsa Lominsa. Yes, that would be the way of it. Would you be so kind as to journey to the guild and see all that is well? It is doubtless unwarranted, but surely I'm not alone in the concern for her safety. I wonder, do you perchance recall the commitment I made to furnish Hoary Boulder with a capable adventurer? Well, I'm sorry to say that I have as yet been able to do so. Now I realize that you are rather more than a capable adventurer, and that escort duty is frankly beneath a man of your talents. But I have no one else to turn to at the present. Might you be willing to forego rest and assist us in this matter? Generous to a fault. I thank you, Jack. Now, it seems only fair that I explain the import of the task in question. For some time, our order has employed a handful of scholars to travel around Eorzea, taking etheric readings that we might better understand the impact of primal summonings. Naturally, it behooves us to ensure our employees' safety, and so we ask the adventurers in our service to serve as escorts. Hoary Boulder and Coltonet were to act as two such escorts, as was a third adventurer. Alas, due to injury, said adventurer is not present, fit to duty, hence my need to impose upon your goodwill. Okay, you truly are a pillar of strength, Jack. Hoary Boulder will share with you the details of your task. He should be waiting for you outside. Be safe. More escort duty, huh? Alright. Jack, is it true that you agreed to lend us a hand? Yeah. Huzzah! What did I tell you, Coltonet? Our misfortune is becoming a blessing. An opportunity to serve alongside the warrior light himself. Next, I need to remind you that we have 3 scholars to escort, each of whom will take a different route. True, but our mission is the same. Separated by realms we may be, but in spirit we shall be together. If such thought brings you joy, you are welcome to think them. 2 more practical concerns. Jack, we would have you attend to the scholar charged with surveying the South Shroud. He is waiting at Camp Tranquil as we speak. All you need to do is follow the man. He would determine the most appropriate locations to take his readings. In spirit, Jack. In spirit. We shall be together every step of the way. Alright, bro. It's amazing. Still going. At last, the Scion's man deigns to grace me with his presence. A pity that we have no time for pleasantries. Our first destination is Usamar. Come, we are late enough as it is. Yes, this location should suffice. Once I finish calibrating my instruments, I will require but a moment to take the necessary measurements. I trust I need not explain that my work can suffer no interruptions. Then please stand at an appropriate distance and keep watch for wild beasts. Okay. Oh my gosh. We're almost there. We're almost there. More busy work. More dumb, busy work. I see we have both completed our respective tasks. A satisfactory outcome, though. If I could make one suggestion, you might try to dispatch your foes more quietly in the future. I do not like to pick fault, but I really must be allowed to concentrate. Okay, dude. Now then, snake mode awaits, shall we? Beggars can't be freaking choosers, man. I am shooting guns. It's not going to be quiet. What's the matter with you? Right about here, yes. As before, I would ask that you keep an eye out for dangerous beasts as I work. Blah, blah, blah. Though perhaps that should come as no surprise, I am not given to superstition, but there is a queer, almost blasphemous air about hereabouts. Let us quit this place and return to Rootsteak. Funny that I even had to fight. My chicken took care of it. As before, my guardian, pray leave me to my task and ensure my safety. Sure. Oh, they're still coming? Alright. Alright. Brutal. This data should prove invaluable to, ye gods, what is that stench? Did you slaughter a creep of adamantoids while my back was turned? Quickly now, to Camp Tranquil. I will not have my clothing reek of blood and offal. Dude, this guy sucks. Why everybody suck so much? What the hell, man? Everybody kind of like a dick in this game. I don't get it. You chose to paddle in the Ichor while longer, I take it. No matter, I took advantage of my unexpected privacy and performed a cursory analysis of my data. It would appear that there has been a measurable decrease in Eorze's ambient ether concentration since the calamity. However, this data is far from conclusive. We must take additional measurements to confirm my assessment. For our next survey, I would have you escort me to Earth's fault. The ambient ether concentrations there are so high that crystalline structures form spontaneously. Consequently, anomalous fluctuations should be much easier to detect. No, don't bother answering. That was rhetorical. Now come along. All right. Like you do the dragon thing, and then like you're doing this alliance stuff, and then you gotta do this. Why? Why? You should be more than familiar with the procedure by now. Pray find a suitable position from which to keep watch while I take measurements. Yes, quite high, yet still markedly lower than the historical measurements taken near the end of the 6th Astral Era. Could the presence of a primal account for the difference, or is there something else? Something else. something else. Scion, come here, I need you. Is that Wilred? Fear not, my friends. Help has arrived. There you are, Jack. 4 in our word when you and your charge failed to return at the appointed hour. Sigh, gutted like a hog, but not one by one. No, these wounds were made with a blade. Doesn't look like he put up much of a fight either. Nary a mark on his sword or shield. I've heard nothing of any Crystal Brave operations in this area. What cause had Wilred to come here? What should we do? We see to the scholar's protection, Jack. Aye, and the boy's remains. You should return to the Rising Stones. The antecedent will want to know what happened here. Okay. And so do I. I mean, we all want to know what happened. Almost there. Jack, you are returned, and you seem troubled. Did the role of escort chafe you? Wow. We found Wilred, he's dead. Wilred dead, mayhap murdered by the 12. How can that be? I will send word to Alphino at once. He will want to conduct a full investigation and send word to Wilred's family. Gods, he was just a boy. Who would do this and why? He saw something he was not supposed to, I think. Someone said they were going to talk to him. You know? Now we gotta go help Kataru. Going through her crisis here. Okay, and then the archers, right? Welcome to the Arcanist Guild. It is here that we research and develop the field of Arcanima. Arcanima is a science... Oh, I don't think I need to talk to this person. No, that's the wrong one, sorry. It's downstairs. Oh, she got her little outfit. Jack, what are you doing here? I don't know, man. I didn't mean for her to worry. That's the last thing I wanted. Putting an end to such worries is precisely the reason I'm here, don't you see? I, Tataru, shall become a great and powerful Arcanist. And now, at Mistress Drivigan's request, I must go and complete a special training exercise until we meet again. Now I gotta go back upstairs. Okay. What is the point of this? Starting to get aggravated. Greetings and welcome to the Arcanist Guild. Do you require assistance? So they are acquainted with our newest member, huh? I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but I fear young Tataru may not be ideally suited to the study of Arcanema. Nevertheless, she would not be denied and goes now to undertake her first trial. A simulated inspection of 3 crates. A simple task, some might say, but one all Arcanists are expected to complete. Thought occurs to me, why not supervise Tataru's training? You're clearly an accomplished adventurer, and given your relationship with the girl, you seem an ideal person to have on hand. Her trial will be conducted at the cliffs south of Zephyr Gate. You need only observe at a distance. Okay. Don't mind the giant chicken, right? Oh, Azir sees to Pirate's Port where she met her shining jewel. For to bring the smugglers' plans to naught came the last whom none could fool. Beat 'em with a backdraft, gut 'em with a gust, deck 'em with a downburst, and go carbuncle go. Oh, those crates I spy. This must be the true test, but we're ready for them, aren't we, Carbuncle? Carbuncle? Come back, Carbuncle, come back. Yikes. She can't even... Is that a car? That is a car. I should have known you'd come, Jack. You needn't say a word. Your face says it all. I know you bore witness to my shame. Betrayed by my own carbuncle and left at the mercy of wild beasts. I must accept the truth. I'll never be a warrior like you or the others. I will inform Mistress Thubbergheim of my intention to withdraw from the guild. Arcanema, like so much else, is beyond me. Right. Ah, back so soon. How fared our fledgling Arcanist? Abysmally. Mistress Thubbergheim, abysmally. as Jack would testify. I was wrong to become an Arcanist, wrong as usual. I am completely and utterly unqualified, and I sincerely apologize for wasting your time. Sataru, if that were true, I would not have permitted you to join in the first place. We must all come to accept our limitations, lest our ambitions lead us astray. However, we must not lose sight of our strengths in the process. For example, your exceptional skill with numbers helped you to gain a solid grasp of the fundamentals of Arcanima. Were not so, you would not have struggled even to summon Carbuncle to your side. In my opinion, the Scions are truly fortunate to have such a capable and good-natured receptionist in their service. Would you not agree? Yeah, sure. You are too kind, mistress. Though I could not overcome this challenge, I shall take your words to heart and try not to be discouraged. As fetching as these garments are, I fear I shall never don them again. But I can't go back to the Rising Stones without something to show for my time away. Wait, I know what I could do. That is, if you don't mind accompanying me for a little longer. Wonderful. Then to Costa Sol we will go. It's a bit of a gamble, but I'm confident it will pay off. It's been like all MSQ for 7 fucking hours. Nuts. Yes, this is it. This is where the man at the Drowning Wrench told me to look. There is certainly a variety of clam which can be harvested this time of year in Bloodshore, one which produces the most marvelous pearls. However, these clams are also coveted by certain wild creatures, and since I fared rather poorly in battle last time, let us be off. Just breathe, Jack. Just breathe. You're almost there. What fortune? I've already found one. Would you be so kind as to keep watch while I work? This should only take a moment. Oh, bad guys that I probably don't have to kill. See if the chicken can take care of it. Killing it. Okay, what now? Well fought, Jack. Well fought. I knew I was right to ask you to come. As for me, I have my prize, the bounty of blood pearls. So named for their reddish hue, they were treasured as wards against dark magics in ancient times. I thought I might make charms for everyone so that no matter where they go, they will always come home. It's a sort of power to defend myself and other people in a way. Right, well, I mustn't keep famine waiting. There's work to be done and lots of it. We're to secure provisions for the Scions in the Lamentum markets. She may have an eye for quality, but I have a nose for bargains. Will you be heading back to the Rising Stones? If so, pray convey my apologies to the antecedent and tell her that she needn't worry about me. I mean, okay. Farewell, Jack, and thank you for everything. That sounded rather final, didn't it? How about until we meet again? How about you don't ask me to do dumb shit anymore? Welcome home, Jack. I gather you found Tataru and Limsa Lominsa. Yeah, and then she tried to do this thing, and then she couldn't do it, and then she tried to do this other thing, so we went to Coastal Soul, and yeah. My, it sounds as though she had quite an adventure, and while it did not end as she had hoped, I suspect that it would prove to be a valuable experience. I dare say she could have managed without our intervention. Even so, I appreciate you indulging in my request. I am so sorry, Jack. No doubt you have other matters to attend to, and we have already imposed upon you so much. Pray, take some time for yourself. I dare say you have more than earned a respite. After all, we will be mostly busy with preparations as the banquet draws near. Should other adventurers summon you elsewhere, perhaps now is the time to heed their call. In order to progress your maintenance art, you must be asked. So now we get to go do that before we get to finish this out, right? And then I would have 4 more quests. So we're so close. This hurts. Minutes. So we'll have to keep trying, I guess. We'll have to come back tonight to do content. Can't really get shit done during the day unless I guess you start really posting or something, or you travel to a different place. It's kind of annoying. This whole post ARR. I was enjoying ARR, but all this so far has just been a drag. Could have just gone straight to the Ishgardian stuff at some point. They have a lot of storylines. There's a lot going on. Too many things, I think, to be enjoyable for me. Because I don't mind story, but it's kind of a bit much. So, all right. At least we're almost done. Basically chapter 1, right? We're almost done with the first part. We'll come back to it tonight. I'm gonna do these things. Crazy. Like, I didn't mind. Ishgard stuff was cool with the dragons. I don't mind, I guess, the politics crap or whatever, but I wanted to watch a TV show. But I get the story's integral to this. But there was very little, like, real gameplay in there. Bumbling One said, what? Chosen One yet exists as a podling. Why did Bumbling One not tell this one sooner? Walking One must become Running One and retrieve Chosen One's podling from the Silklands with all haste. This one can help. This one uses see-through magic so the Walking One becomes hidden. But be careful, see-through magic will not last. Okay, so we have to do the same thing that we did earlier. If we have to run all the way to there, huh? From back here. Okay. So it was just barely enough time. And then it's 25 at a time. Yeah, this is a hard sell, I think. I guess that's why they have to put it all on a free trial, because it's a lot that you would have to get to catch up. They gotta figure something out. It's gonna be really hard to, like, get other people into this. People are trying all the time, but trying to sell it to people is just tough. You gotta go through this many hundreds of hours before this one is exhausted. Who knew that a podling could be so heavy? Lazy one should feel honored to be trusted by boss one with super secret mission. Yes, this one honored, tired, blah, 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 blah. Don't care. Oh my god, I'm so over it. Can't sprint. We just need to do the Alliance raid, that Crystal Tower stuff. This is a good story. I'm told. Well, they're all good stories if you ask the fans. But we got to do that one, and we'll be able to move into finishing this up, and then I can concentrate on getting those raids done. Hopefully, that's not too bad. Oh. Could it truly be the Chosen One's podling? Good friend. Why is it every bit as beautiful as I would have expected from the tales, and thrice the size? Brave One has done it. These ones cannot thank Brave One enough. By keeping Chosen One out of the hands of Touched Ones, Brave One has saved these ones. No, everyone in Eorzea from a thundery demise. Oh, and let us not engage in hyperbole, friend Sil. Chosen One or no, she is just a wee babe after all. Foolish One has 4 eyes, yet not one of them sees. Has Foolish One learned nothing from those paper stacks? From the moment Chosen One emerges from the cradle, Chosen One holds the power of 1,000 of these ones. Power to command one primal one with ease by which walking ones draw breath. What does 4-eyed one think what would happen if Chosen One's powers fell into the hands of Touched Ones? Okay, don't care anymore. Save their baby, who's the Chosen One. Cool. A special cabbage. This is the second one that gets more points, right? Time is it? Almost time. What is this? Carry the pumpkin bomb to specified destination by stick by arms, head legs, have so strength everywhere, attacks from enemies, blah 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 blah. You gotta carry these pumpkin bombs. Cool. I'm just tired from all that MSQ. That shit's rough. What specified location, dude? Slimy. I gotta carry it all the way over there. But I'm gonna run out of time. And oy vey, dude, oy vey. Does that mean I can hit those things to take a breath? And that's what I have to do. Seems that way. Why would they put it all the way out of the way? Why'd they do this? There you go. Bombs placed. I'm just gonna blow them up. Right. Some deadly cabbages. It's time. We have to take a break. I'm excited to maybe get into these raids. Next one. Oh, adventurer, do honor me with your company for a moment. Yes, yes, let us speak for a while. You have been an absolute godsend to our order of Saint. Our barrels have been overflowing with ore since you arrived. Yes, full of brim. Okay. We share about the butt of Kobo. Yeah. What do you want? Can a Kobo get any more pathetic? Maybe if you get off your arse and help Jack for once. You dream a little bigger. But surely you know the old Kobold saying. Yes, slow and steady. But enough of your blathering, Jack. You must come with me and quickly. Why you say? I'll tell you why. Camp Overlook is under attack by the nastiest horde of kobolds you ever laid eyes on. That's not the least of it. Word has it they got some newfangled weapon that's got Commander Bloated in it and has been tearing their beards out. Okay, let's go. There you are, Jack. We drawn the buggers off, but I fear damage already been done. Saw the kobold's new weapon with my own eyes. Blah, blah, blah. G story log. Camp Overlook suffers. Okay, come on. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I mean, I guess you just do them because it's content. I guess you don't really have to do them because it's just for other things, but I'm just gonna treat them as like a side quest. I don't really care. There's probably some good story there, I think, but there's all these beast tribes with each expansion, and I'm kind of only interested in the main quest. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I like the game. I get to the damn SKU, but like I said, maybe Aeon 2 would be my more speed. I don't know. I don't think that game will last like this one. The new modern MMO. This crap is so dated. Dun, 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 dun. You can't really get anything to pop on this old content, but yet there's a big population. Then it wouldn't have just queue, but I guess you have to queue for the same thing, or is it going to be something that they put into rotation, I wonder. There, I did this stuff. Now we can do the thing. Just teleport, because you transported me all the way. I want to fly all the way back. Not a fan of backtracking. Just agitated by this post ARR. It's amazing how dull it has been. Don't care. It would be the second one, right? Come on, we can get this before. I don't think the Dial of Ember is gonna pop right now. Maybe we'll have some good luck tonight. I really hope so. It would be nice. These are fine. They're just pretty short, which is nice. Last one. I have to go all the way in here and around. All the way around, bro. They really needed to like pad this shit, apparently. The beast trap, these are interesting dailies. They're mostly just for rewards, but I think you get other things from them that can come in handy, right? So, just trying to see if they're worth doing. Nope. Then I don't get it, man. It's burnt out, I think, already. So collect these. Oh, so they're green instead of orange. Cool. There's a big shrapnel. Why does it need to be RNG like that? They really did this. This is definitely the biggest hurdle, and it's right at the beginning. Fucking atrocious. Do it. That's it. Good. More of that, please. Nothing was fun having him at all, huh? That was the best one. So fast. So quick. This is the second one. I was clicking on the wrong thing. What do you want me to do? Oh my goodness. Dispatch these saps to Alps. There's no convention on the big stuff when it appears. To do that? Okay. All right, there we go. Goodness. All right. Alright, I think I'm gonna stop there for now. Good chance I'll be back later tonight and try to stream these raids or something, but I need a break. I'm gonna do dinner and stuff like that. Thank you for watching. This is a rough one. A lot of MSQ, but I think we're almost done with the post ARR. And then I think we'll be done with the worst of it because it kind of dragged. And I remember it going a little bit faster during the expansions. This is pretty rough. As always, keep it pushing, never stop pushing, and yeah, see, sometimes I wanted to be ready to quit there with this MSQ, you know, just be done with this right now, but I'm gonna push through. That's what you gotta do. But we're almost there. So hopefully we can get into the raids tonight and such. I don't know about being able to do this during the daytime when most people aren't on. We might have to switch the streaming to nighttime, like I talked about. And then maybe during the day we'll do something else. I'll figure something else out. That's why I'm hoping for Aeon, like we can, you know, depending which one is more active, which one suits me better, and we'll go from there to make which one is like the main one. But I definitely will keep up with this one because I want to see what that evolved combat is. But regardless, we're here, and we're gonna have some fun. I think once we finally, like, there's just so much story, like. I feel like I'm just watching a movie or a TV show. I hardly got to play any content today. You really didn't get to do much, which is I don't think it should be that way. It's just too much. You're playing a game. You're not supposed to be reading a fucking book, you know, or watching a movie. You're supposed to be playing a fucking game. So, sorry, just a little agitated. But anyway, thanks again. Take it easy.